Against all odds here. How's everybody doing? Yeah, surprise stream. We're going to be watching the HASAN Ethan Klein debate. I can't believe this. So, I'm not sure if you guys got the update on Discord. Got some stuff going on YouTube. It's not good stuff. Not good stuff at all. It seems that I may have caught myself a little Shadowban. Don't know why. Don't know what's going on. I did have it confirmed, though, that that is the case. So, yeah. We're going to be working through that. So, share the stream. This is going to be a big one. Like and share the stream. And if you guys can, please share all of the videos. Any of the videos that I have, if you guys can share them on any social media platform that you're on, please do that. Because, yeah, this sucks. It is very noticeable. So, anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. Come to stream. Add everyone. What up, Charlie? We're gonna be watching the debate here. Let me get this going right now. Actually, oh, is it still not live? Really? So 2 p.m. Oh. Late, wake up. Oh, okay. I guess people are mad that everything is slowly coming together over there. So until they go live, hey, cool. Yeah, guys, what up? Charlie, I was just talking about how, yeah, I caught myself a Shadowban. No data. All right. Yeah, see? There it is. YouTube, for some reason, is just like... This is such a pain in the ass. Well, we're gonna work through it, guys. Either way, what the hell? Holy shit. Okay, so I just caught their, like, chat. Their chat is going freaking wild over there. Alright. Sun is chilling. Alright, cool. Well, either way, guys. Let's, work through this shit. Also, Charlie, how you doing? Are you serious? What the hell? It crashed again. Alright, this better just be on studio side. Give me 1 second here. It's got to be on studio side because it keeps saying that my whole stream is giving no data. So hold on, guys, I gotta fix this. The hell? Why is this like... Are they just that late? That's great. Alright, I just do not understand this. I just want to go to HASAN? What the fuck?
The tens of thousands, if not millions, until it's too late, right? That's precisely the reason why through pressure, through outside pressure, Israel has at certain moments during like the ceasefire, for example.
Let's go, H3. What the hell, man? Started stream and was worried that I was going to be late. Had I known that this was going to be the situation, I would have probably allowed my hair to dry. Yo, what up, Anna? How you doing? Instead of scorching it with the freaking hairdryer. I got one of those hair dryers that has two settings where it's either, you know, just giving you just a little bit of like a fan, or it is the scorching surface of the sun. So it's a lot of fun. We are waiting to see what the hell's going on with this debate, because it seems like H3 is just late. They're going to like claim technical difficulties. Oh, I'm waiting on pins and needles. Although I got to say, hold on, their chat just froze. That's not normal. Why would the chat just freeze on them? Dude, wait, do you think... All right, so there's issues going on YouTube. Obviously, I'm not sure if you saw what I posted in Discord, but Anna, I caught my first Shadowban. Don't know what I necessarily caught it for, but yeah. I noticed a few things. Decided to do a little detective work, aka, yeah, getting a hold of my YouTube rep, which, yeah, you know, it's kind of weird that I actually have one, but yeah, she confirmed it. She was just like, yeah, it seems like your channel is just, there's nothing that we can really do. It's like they implemented the AI thing, and then there's so many factors that go into it. So yeah, that sucks. It does suck. I'm a little upset. I actually watched it in action last night for the first time. I have never had it happen where I lost like actual views, like on my view count before the end of stream. Because like what they'll do is you'll end stream and you'll end with like a certain count, and then they'll give you like the average of what each viewer was there for. Sure as shit. That number one was not there the day before yesterday. I was like, that's weird. I usually get that update. And then, yeah, yesterday I was just watching it just concurrently, like knocking views out, or like I have no idea what the fuck was going on, but it's doing it right now too. This is fun. This is real fun. So like the big thing is it's the notifications, and like, you know what really sucks? I was gonna celebrate this yesterday. I literally made Kirk actually made me aware of this, that I was on the YouTube featured page. So yeah, man, gonna be honest, a little bummed, you know, like, all right, cool. Kind of saw that coming though. Like, you know, did I not call that? Did I not say that this was going to be a thing? And that this is kind of how it would go. Like they were going to start shadow banning leftist channels, especially like ones that are on the are coming up. So I don't know, man. Trying not to be Mr. Like my wife called me on this. She was just like, "It sounds like you're being a little conspiratorial." I'm just like, no, not when your YouTube rep is just like, "Oh yeah, you are being throttled." It's just like, but we can't tell you why. Anyway. So you guys can help by liking the stream over on YouTube. That's going to help, and share wherever you guys do your little social media stuff. Yeah, share on X or whatever, but hope it's not because of me. I hope not. I don't think so. I really don't know. But all I know is that I am actually a little upset about this. In order... wait. Okay, hold on. Alright, this is getting frustrating with the H3 thing over here. Like, I would just go over to HASAN, but this is also like, dude, okay, fuck it. I hope I get a update here whenever the channel, like whenever they go live, because realistically, been having that problem too, where if you're in a waiting room, they'll start the show. Like, this actually happens to me a lot with Majority Report, where for some reason I'll get stuck in like this waiting room, and then the show will be live, and then 20 minutes later I'll just be like, oh, look at that. And I thought about, like, I'm thinking about it. I don't think it's because of you, but all I can say is that, yeah, this is wild. The timing sucks. I'm really trying not to complain about it, but for real, the timing sucks. God damn it. Like, dude, I was just like, I had such momentum going. Ugh. Kick me while I'm down. All right, cool. And I'll be completely real with you guys. Like, dude, I've been a little nihilistic lately, just in my, like, personal life with everything going on, and, like, having the what's everything, like, what's it matter kind of, like, mentality, and, like, trying to get over that. And then for this to happen, I was like, oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, what the fuck? Matesh, what's up? How you doing, dude? I'm just waiting on this debate to start over there, because who knows when they're going to do their thing. Lamenting the fact that I have to essentially, like, play this game with YouTube now, where, like, yeah, if every single one of you can hit that like button and share the stream, it is a big deal. Fucking sucks. But yeah. Come on, where's this drama? No yelling, please. Ethan, wake up. Ethan, wake up. Man. And they're in... This is the weird part. They're in members only mode. Oh, shit. I just realized that you guys can't see this. Here, check out their chat. Dear God. Like, that's what everybody's saying in their chat right now. And as I was just saying, like, it's crazy. It's the members only chat. What up, Bloodstone? How you doing? Thank you for hitting that like button. You could share over on X or wherever you do your Charlie Martini. There we go. Oh, it slowed down right as I was, like, bringing it up. That's fun. All right, what the fuck is going on here?
It's not even just about Israel-Palestine, right? I say this all the time. Like, you want healthcare. Are you going to get it? Does it seem like the government is ever going to entertain
Was
that?
wondering why you were online earlier today. Yeah, I saw that they were doing the thing at 2, so made an executive decision to
much poorer countries, as a matter of fact.
The show at 2. I also had a whole bunch of things fall. No video for debate. On Hasan's side right now, I'm just waiting because, like, H3, they're not even on. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. Because I'm trying to do this through YouTube, but yeah, here. You know what? Screw it. I'll just bring Hasan up. There's just so much going on his screen. I hate to say I'm getting, like, a little overloaded. Just chilling and smoking, about to take a walk to the coffee shop. I didn't even know about the debate until earlier today. Ah, yes. We, well, I learned about it through him talking to Sam Cedar, and then like, just through him and Hasan going back and forth, they kind of, like, let it out that they were having this debate. So H3 better not ghost. I'm telling you right now, this is ridiculous. Like, because what do we got in this waiting room? 22,000. Jesus. Come on. Meanwhile, over at the Hall of Justice. That's what kind of coffee you're getting? Yeah, you know what? I need to get a new coffee maker. My coffee maker crapped out. That's another fun thing that I'm having a real dude. I've had a really shitty day. I'm just gonna say it, guys. Like, I woke up, my coffee maker broke, my dog shit all over the floor. Like, then on top of it, then I found out this wonderful news about what? 22,000. All right. Cheering me up. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need it because god damn it, man. I am so pissed about this. Like, coffee bonbon, Cuban espresso with milk and condensed milk. Oh, dude. That sounds so good. I can't. I might have to just like make a hot cup of tea or something. I still can't believe my coffee maker's broken too. Like, dude. I'm just taking the lumps as they come. Oh, sounds like Vietnamese coffee. It does, actually. Yeah. I have had Vietnamese coffee. It's delicious. All right, so let's get this. Let's at least get Hasan on. Tea, Earl Grey, hot. It's my favorite tea. Specific. Is it bad that like that was one of the first teas that like I got into? Here we go. We're on. We're good. All right, hiding his chat, even though. Oh, he's doing the leftovers. He's doing it, guys. He's doing the leftovers opening. All right. Well, we're on.
Hello, everybody. It's your host, Ethan Klein. It's the H3 show. The date is the 2nd of May.
Sorry,
and it is the long-awaited Leftovers reunion.
Anna?
How nice.
What do you think of that?
We're back together.
I hate to say it's kind of funny.
And it's going to end a lot better than the second time, right?
All right, let's do it.
I mean, it's going to end a lot better the second time than it did the first time, right? How could it be worse?
I would love for that to be the case, sure.
Hasan is calling in, of course, at 12:30.
Petty, and I appreciate Petty.
I have 10 minutes to schlep around here. So I want to say, first of all, thank you to Shopify for sponsoring us.
Well, hold on. Are you
I also
want to
thank
University with,
my
Swoop
lovely
over
wife,
there? I appreciate
Peldago,
some Swoop content.
for sponsoring us. Quickly, if you go to teddyfresh.com, we got the new collection out right now with some killer styles.
We get it.
This black dress. This shirt is super freaking cool, dude.
That's
Sick, right?
Oh my god, it reminds me of old Affliction
Wait till you
stuff.
read this.
Oh.
I'm reading.
Oh, that's hot.
Anna, you and
Can't
Unimoogle
read it.
seriously would get along so well.
Oh, it's
Do this Disney
Mbop
thing, I
lyrics.
swear to
It's
God,
the
you guys
lyrics
are
that
become best
Mbop.
friends.
What is that?
Hanson?
She appreciates herself some
Yeah.
Petty.
It's hard
Who
to...
even
All right.
remember?
Come
Nobody
on, get- yeah,
younger than
we
me
get it, we get it.
remembers Hanson.
I remember
Hey, you know what?
Hanson.
Since he's doing
No
this,
shot.
well,
I don't
let's
know.
drop something here.
boom.
There's
Who doesn't know
no
Mbop?
shot, bro.
Dude, Zach remembers the 70s. So.
You guys know the Mbop, right?
Yeah,
I remember Mbop.
You know Mbop?
I actually saw Hanson live.
They don't know Mbop.
I took my wife to see Hanson
So that's
live.
what that is.
With
Very
the
hard to
Chicago
cool
Symphony
like that.
Orchestra, and it was actually pretty good. BRB going for my lunchtime walk.
Quickly
Okay.
moving along
Well,
here.
Come back soon, because this is going to be...
We are trying to beat the tariffs, folks. Come check it out. We got cool shirts. We got cool tops. We got one that says...
We get it. We got the
Tired Mom.
swag.
We got
Tired
one that says
Mom.
Hot Mom. We got one that says Cat Mom.
I do appreciate
What
the
are you
stupid
feeling?
music.
Get all three and wear the right one for the mood of the day.
Right.
Beautiful.
Get the fashion. Get the fashion. Fashion. Get the fashion.
I know. I know it was. The thing is, I remembered it was lyrics. I didn't remember what it was.
I have bibimbap socks on me today. Do you want to see?
You have Mbop socks?
I have bibimbap.
What does it say?
What does it
fuck?
say? It's the Korean dish bibimbap.
Oh,
Isn't that a weird coincidence?
I was
It's,
like,
it's a
what?
weird coincidence. It's a mbappy day.
I felt like I had to
Okay,
point that
now
out. It's
that was
such
a
an
stretch,
interesting
bro. Get to
coincidence.
the, let's get to the
Important.
I always thought Ethan was tweaking. I didn't know he had that shit.
Well, but also, I should have disclosed up front that I have Tourette's to the wider. I should actually do that,
Yeah.
right? I'll
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
I've never made
Disclosure.
fun of Ethan for that.
So let me just thank our sponsor, and then we'll probably just hop on with HASAN Abbey, the one and the only. Thank you to Shopify for sponsoring us
God.
today. Man, I love these guys.
They front
If you're looking to make the move to e-commerce, to be your
I
own
guess I
boss,
appreciate it.
sell stuff online. It's time to make the move to Shopify
man,
and take
you know
that
what?
chance
That
for
music
yourself.
he's using
And by the way,
probably is,
you'll be doing it with the best e-commerce platform out there.
permissioned.
Why is it the
I'm gonna
best
be careful
e-commerce
with that
platform? Well, me and Ela made it from the day one
All
when
right,
we
baby,
made Teddy
we
Fresh.
get
It
it.
was the best thing we ever did.
Although I will
It's
be honest,
incredibly easy to use. We have
that's
no
more likely
programming
not. If
or
I go
HTML
to do my
experience. And
t-shirts,
from the first day, we
I've
had a
been looking
fully
into it.
functional website that was accepting credit
kinda the
cards
best
and different
way,
online
but-
payments. And it was like we
I
were
don't know, if
rolling.
you guys have any
from day one.
alternatives that you know of,
You can also
please
scale it
let
up
me
all the way
know.
as far as you want to go. They have like a
'Cause
whole
I found
list of
one t-shirt
approved
company, but
programmers
damn,
that
dude,
will
like,
help
I'm
you
gonna have to do,
customize
like,
anything you
super
want
limited
outside of
orders.
their
Like, I'm talking like the first one would be like 10
template or what are they
Which-
style, whatever they
That's
call it.
probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, and also they've got the best converting checkout of anyone in the business. They've got a great system where they email people that left stuff in the cart. Hey, did you forget? Hey, did you forget this? You be like, oh yeah, I forgot. You buy it. It's all set up for you. It really is. And the thing is, guys, besides them supporting us and being great. And by the way, I should mention
Oh
zero
my God, I muted my
downtime.
whole computer.
In like the 7 years we've been running Teddy Fresh, not a minute of downtime.
So many ads. Avoid this with premium. Well, I mean, even with premium, you can't do like you can't really avoid embedded ads. They are supposed to have something in the corner here, though. It's supposed to give you the like this is an ad
If you can't afford $1 a month, then
with a little thing.
You're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
ready
yeah.
for
Hold
this
on, I
game.
just realized. What the hell?
no
This is one of
offense.
the biggest channels
no offense,
on
but
Not
YouTube.
the
You're
poor
probably
one,
right.
But $1.
Oh,
Turn your
bigger.
big business idea.
Bigger YouTube channels. I just found out one of my therapy channels. I never looked at her sub count, but dude, she has 5 million. 5 million. 5 million. She has more than them. That's insane to me.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I totally dig the synth. Like I love the synth.
Very
wave.
good, very good.
All right, well,
I just hope that I don't take the hit for that.
I don't know if I want to thrust poor Gabe into the center of this.
He's not here.
We haven't,
Okay.
we haven't heard
Yeah,
from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's smart.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want to get involved in this.
The first time ever.
Yeah.
That's so
The
funny.
first Friday.
So it's just waiting.
Hardware and sound. Sound. Change system sounds. Manage audio devices. Is that what it is? Control panel sound. Microphones and properties.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
he's good.
Had him for one day.
He'll be
One
out
day,
in a
yeah.
minute.
And
Why are you so
how did he do last night?
It was a long night, but his cuteness made up for it. I
Oh.
didn't sleep last night at all.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah.
How come you didn't sleep?
Look at him.
I think it was him combined with today's
Oh, I
episode.
gotta go get my baby.
Nervous, yeah.
Yeah.
Be right back.
It's a lot going on.
He wants to watch this.
Also, you usually don't sleep anyway, right? On top of all that.
As I grow older, I sleep more.
You've been sleeping more? That's
I
good.
mean, still not great, but more than I was.
He's so sweet. You guys are going to love that dog. That dog is going to improve your life, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna make you guys-
It's awesome. Lena's never had a puppy before, so she's going through it for the first time.
You know, it's a really wonderful step towards like having a kid together. And I know that sounds maybe silly, but having a puppy from like 4 months old, I think you said he is,
Yeah.
it's pretty serious business. And it
It
takes
is.
like a commitment of
I've
two
had
people
him-
working together
I
to
had
love
him when
this
he
one
was only
beautiful
4 months
creature that you
old.
all love more than anything in this world.
Yeah.
You're about to spend a lot of money on dog chews because you love him so much.
And carpet cleaner.
Oh yeah.
Cleaner,
Yeah.
yes.
Man,
Yes.
those
OxyClean
freaking
carpet
pizzle
cleaner, I
sticks.
stand
You
by
looked into
that
those
shit.
yet, AB?
Mm-mm.
Oh, they love those. It's like $60 for a pack of that shit.
Oh my God, get to the.
Yesterday I took him to the pet store and I just was like buying stuff off the shelf. I don't know what the total was. I was holding him with one hand and just buying like basic stuff.
Yeah, courts are cracking down on people, especially
yeah.
influencers.
No,
not
I'm
social
surprised
media.
Lena when she
Everything
came home
is,
yesterday.
an ad now. Yeah.
Well, we're all very happy
Yeah,
for
no,
you.
that's why I'm
She
very
insisted on a Yorkie.
open about when I'm doing a
Because
live read.
I love that.
Yeah, I think Ducky's the first dog. She's been around since he was a
Oh
baby.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Well, good choice. I love Yorkies. They're so loyal. They're so smart. They're so loving.
Oh,
They're
hold
crazy.
the phone.
Very-
I think
Although
I
he
know
looks
what's going
chill.
on.
Yeah,
He's been very chill.
hasn't
I haven't heard him
barked.
bark or anything
Yeah.
all morning.
Well, is he queued up?
Huh?
Is Hasan in the room?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the dog.
The dog's queued up?
The dog's ready
Yes,
to go.
he is in the It's waiting time. room. Would we like to begin? Welcome to the show,
Yes, sir.
everybody.
Actually, the dog's gonna argue
All right,
with
Hello.
Kaya.
stand by.
All right.
Stand
go.
by. Stand by.
I'm afraid to
Let's go.
introduce Ducky because he's so intense.
Yeah,
I gotta let your dog grow a little bit.
yeah. It's not gonna be long before I feel
You're
like
right. You
we're gonna
want
have
pu-
to
you
have
want
a
puppy
second.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a second
Yep.
puppy.
Yep.
Live.
All right, folks. That's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Biker.
Hello, Hasan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's
Yeah.
output here.
If you want-
there you go.
If you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't know if it's gonna
Hasan,
be too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. You can
Well, I
switch
mean-
your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a
for 2
while, my
years.
friends, and guess
Yeah, I
what?
know.
They are not now.
No, I
So
know.
let's start. I
Off
mean,
to the
so you did
races.
this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit
Wait,
very
but
hard.
Before we get started, can I lay
Here,
some
I'm gonna take that cone
like
off.
ground
Here.
rules so we can have like a productive
Okay,
conversation?
sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me. And
Okay.
of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay,
Of
good.
course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if
Sure.
you will allow me
Of
in
course.
that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so let's.
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so
Sure.
hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that.
I mean, up to a point, yeah.
Well, I mean, like
I don't want to get
it's
bogged
basic
down in a
stuff.
conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start.
I'm not-
Start. No, I know you're not. I
Okay,
just want to get
so-
going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism. so you
Zionism
understand where I'm
is
coming from.
the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
Yo, James,
How
what
was
up?
filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the
No,
Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to
No,
that.
no,
We'll
no,
get to that. I
no. We're
promise.
here. I don't want to talk about
Okay.
definitions. You got your Zionism, and let's
I
do
think. Okay. Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not? You didn't.
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the
No,
past.
but that
you know?
Fortnite
Some of
L
them-
dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed
Okay.
you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed
Oh, really?
by
Who was
a
interviewing you?
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly.
That was a,
You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw him doing that. I think you saw him doing that
Hold on.
Fortnite dance, and you
I gotta
said,
put my headphones on.
"I got to get out of this." And by the way,
No, I
I'm
don't
giving you
care.
credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it
Nothing that
happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches, you in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not debate
Yeah.
the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay, so-
by the way, you believe
Yeah,
that the
that's
likes
fine.
were botted on that.
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The
I don't- I have
dislikes
no
were
idea.
botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. It was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
Well, I'm asking.
I
I
don't
don't care
recall
if you-
saying this, but I don't know why
You
this is a
did say
major
it.
point of contention. All right, so you
No,
asked that question.
no.
Let's get back to some other
Hold
definitions.
on. Let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Did you think it
Well,
was?
it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like. Do you?
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed
Okay,
him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is
On the video.
iDubbbz's content cop.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
Right. Well,
harassing
90% of the clips were
quite
from the
frankly, harassing a
episode
bunch of
entitled
pro-Palestinian
CPS Came to My
content
House, Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call
No.
CPS.
That's
I
obvious.
think it's
I'm
completely
saying
inappropriate
your
to call
friend
CPS
Hassan
on
you
a
made a
content
video
creator you
with
don't like.
did
I
a
don't know why
total
you're-
fucking
I don't
hit
know why you
job.
think I have
All right,
any
go ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
Hold on.
I don't have any, like.
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about this.
Hassan, I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when we
on.
had a
You- I
podcast.
don't-
No,
I-
what do you mean? You
I
brought
don't-
this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I
Let
know
me
what
say my
you're
piece.
saying. We've all
You
been
brought it up.
harassed. The internet
Let
is
me bring-
tough.
let
Whatever,
me say
yada
my
yada.
piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Because you're so
big things,
boring,
yeah.
bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know
Go
who
ahead.
else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow,
and let
I have-
me
wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay, sometimes by the same people. Ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private
been a
before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely
I
unacceptable.
know you're
because
against
I am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not
things that
even
happened to you
interesting.
in this regard. I would never in a million years advocate
ask
for
me a
that sort of
question.
thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very
And
good.
I don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with
Yo, Tragic.
iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay,
I
sure.
didn't
Ask me
make
a
any
question.
editorial- Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in
I'm try-
iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay? Not if you made it. It's pretty fucking... pretty obvious. Go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been
I don't-
all right?
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask
I
me
know,
a question.
but you having problems with my character.
Hassan, ask me a
is
question or I'm
so
gonna move
far
on to the
removed
next
from
topic
you
here.
asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his
I mean, you
content.
couldn't listen to
cop.
what he's
I'm
saying.
asking
Ethan.
about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So, do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing
Sounds
a
looking weird
genocide
here.
in Gaza,
Just gonna say.
okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian
Well,
advocates that
I
you
don't know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think
my
that.
coverage?
And I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the
He even
Palestinian
had to
perspective,
stop
Ethan.
himself.
I think that rather than
I'm gonna turn this
talking
down
about
just a
that
little.
issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm answering your
talked about-
question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to let me answer?
personal vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
gonna explain
pro-Palestinian
that.
content creators.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer
Yeah.
it. The reason
Go
for
ahead.
that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since Leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword
lame.
has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already. That has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward. On your
Yeah. Of course,
podcast
you're
already.
conceding that
Such
because
as
we
when
fished this
such as
up.
when I
But
made
yeah.
fun of, such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go over the swastika one." Yeah, exactly.
Audio so low.
Do you think? Do
Yeah,
you,
you
do
so
think that
anyway,
I-
my
do you think
point
that
is,
I actually
Hassan,
think
if I
it's
can
a-
continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why?
Immediately
What is
just moves on.
So I mean, why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan,
Answer that. Why was the
I'm
choice
gonna-
made for this
Ethan,
sword?
I'm gonna-
This isn't
I'm
stupid.
gonna
This is stupid.
gently explain this to you again.
This is stupid.
One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it
regardless,
looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you
was I
think?
in
Do
the-
you
I
think
don't
it's
I was in the
reasonable to
photo.
perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
Answer the
I
question.
was
Is it
not,
is it reasonable
no,
to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that
Okay, well-
IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know his
well,
mind.
Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
You have 10
considering
swords,
that I
don't
had- The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a
Wait,
dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video.
You think I'm- you
Let
think
me
I'm
make a
dog
point
whistling
here,
with
Hassan,
the-
because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority
This is
groups.
true.
Right?
This
So
is
you
true.
made a video. You participated in a video accusing
okay,
a Jewish.
wait, hold
Let me
on.
finish
Wait,
my
no,
point,
I'm gonna let
Hassan.
you finish that.
No,
I'm gonna let
no.
you ask the question.
Stop.
Can I
You are
just
making
say-
a video
can I
accusing
just
a
ask you
Jewish
again?
man
You
of
think-
exaggerating
you think I
anti-Semitism
used
while
a-
exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem, or at
Wait,
least
Ethan,
am I
couldn't-
insane
couldn't
for
hear
thinking
anything
this
you
is
said.
odd?
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the
Okay.
question. I don't
Take
need
a
you to
deep breath.
console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you
I
should
need
try
to answer
listening instead of
something.
speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an
Yes.
Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
So oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had
They're
10 to
heavy.
choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
yeah, the
Did-
other
did-
ones are heavy.
Let me
Ethan.
paint a
I'm
scenario.
waving that
Let
shit
me
around. around.
Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay?
As stupid as this is, Hassan's explanation is pretty stupid too.
Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Just remember.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So
yes.
yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo. I don't.
I know it's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Yeah, he has Tourette's.
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hassan. Are you unable to make value judgments on?
It's like watching two dumbasses fight over a cookie that shit on it.
On situations like isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like yeah, I think it's not.
Visual,
okay,
man.
so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
With emoji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
Can we just say again? He's stupid for even doing it.
Laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika. And
then why should you leave it up?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man. You fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish? Was anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that
that's
being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika.
On the other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, a tasteless joke on iDubbbz's shirt 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad.
I referred to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck no, they know that looks like a swastika.
It a swastika sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Sorry, Big James. I'm not sure if I said that.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke.
Do you think
brandished
what I... Do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke?
He
There
does
was
have like
10
50 swords. He
Quickly pick that one.
they could have used. Just gonna say.
I can't. Again.
But he should be
and-
mad at
and,
Idols
he
about
left
that.
it up.
Decision
Don't be
making
mad at
If
of
it
a
was a
person
mistake, he
Hassan,
could have
who I
deleted
am
it.
not. I'm not him.
Go ahead,
I
ask
don't
me-
know. Again, I'm gonna repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next
iDubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was going on.
I'm not
in his
accusing you of being
mind.
iDubbbz, Hassan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next
Yes.
question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
I don't
the
have
so-
a problem
if you could go
telling
back-
you're being crazy
If-
right now.
if-
You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I'll just say that.
I don't really care about
Just-
this at all.
Okay,
Just-
fantastic.
just
Well,
admit
that
it
really
was a
shows where
mistake.
you're at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead,
I
ask
don't
me a
care.
question.
God. Just admit
Okay.
that you wouldn't even like.
So
You didn't want the discourse, so you would have just been like, "Yeah, choose something else."
Since you
Fucking
believe
Christ.
that Israel is
ego.
committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate,
civilians. That's the boundary.
as you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree
disagree.
with you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next
So,
one. Let me ask you about this Sabra tier
hold on,
tier
hold on.
list.
I have a
Hold on.
Can
You gotta
I
follow up.
Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could
a follow-up.
Okay.
you could go on a little bit more.
Shut up, dude.
Okay. So hold
being
on.
so petty.
Everyone is complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
My
audio.
audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay. So, one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay. I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
Question is what's happening
Bro,
right now.
do you want me to
with-
answer?
with- okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's
is,
what he had to say about this.
I know what he
No,
said.
no, no. I want the
He doesn't
audience to
like
see
the
this,
slogan.
Hassan.
Hold on. Let me. Can I just?
Hassan, I want the audience
This
to
is
see
not
this
going to be a
video.
gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hassan.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Hassan, let the
He's
audience
still my
watch the
goat.
video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire.
So that's what we're having.
Like Norm. But I have
So
a
it's
disagreement with him
nuanced
on
and
that, yes.
understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hassan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go
The
back.
slogan
Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know.
From the
I
river
have
to
more
the
excuse-
sea.
positions
pardon
that I
me.
disagree with him on
The video
this
Palestine
as
will
well.
be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say "from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the chair react.
to the sea, Palestine will be free," obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews
Be a
in that
boss move, I gotta say.
scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And I've encountered this.
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally, I'm not. It's not even my opinion. I can have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor. What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed it?
He doesn't say it is exterminationist.
When have I opposed
he says
it?
That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even
great.
more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm.
Productive.
We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
you spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. My friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hassan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think
I can care about two things, my friend?
Incredibly narrow framework
surrounding
easy. Your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
I'm just going to pause for just a quick second. Dan, the producer, has to be like, he does not know what to do. He wants to step in. You know he does.
Okay. No,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important.
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that Hassan, the genocide is a more urgent
Hassan,
issue.
Please let me ask a question.
Almost all of your commentary surrounding this issue on talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed on.
Wait, can you answer that question?
No, Hassan, you asked your question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I said you're so gracious. You're going to let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make sense?
Don't make me take it back. All right, let me ask you a question. Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this. egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes.
Wait, so it's just the egging on. It's not the actual
pleasure.
And
of the, okay. Can we personal responsibility?
and
Come
yeah,
on, man.
it's not
So
It's
what they
insane.
did
even
wasn't stupid.
remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely
Like, come
anti-Semitic.
on.
Very
It's
good.
Like
Let me ask
identical
you a
to the
question.
Cracker Band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus.
Is he
tier
just mad
list.
that he
Uh-huh.
made
In the
Hasan
F
look
tier
that much
is me
better?
and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
God.
Ethan? I'm
Whoa,
gonna
answer the
walk you through this
question.
again.
What you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you can't
Rogan.
make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't. Like,
I
this
think
is
it's great
so-
you don't
this
care.
is-
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Probably
a
because he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
he's Jewish?
prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take
Surprised they
your time.
didn't put Sam Cedar
I know
anywhere.
it's a lot to process.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell
Ethan.
me then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're
I
quick to
suspect.
say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro in F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences,
Ethan,
eh? Hasan, they're really
the-
stacking up.
the tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very
His
good,
name
and
is
I'm glad he
Rafi.
did.
You
He
called him
definitely
a
deserved
token
it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. He's
that
yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list.
the-
This is her-
the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra
You
hummus
just
is
said
the lowest.
It's Frogan's, not his.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam
I
Cedar
didn't.
likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can
ironically
do,
enough.
but this
Is that
is
what's going on?
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything,
Ethan,
but
can you
that's
tell
not
me-
true.
wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog
He
shit.
can say whatever he wants. I'm not
Oh, so
criticizing.
he can,
By the
but
way, I'm
you're
not.
gonna-
You
you're gonna
think
call
that
him a
my
token Jew
criticism
for
is that
that.
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever
You're
since it
lying.
has been on that official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
You're lying. It was on the list.
Stupid.
Wait,
This is
what is-
so
Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
changing the world
what
one
was on
Diet
the
Coke
list?
at a time,
Coke.
guys.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped
Guys.
purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You guys, Hasan's up there with Kendall Jenner, saving the world.
You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just
Everybody
put it in
buy
a cup."
Pepsi.
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on
Natasha's
the
just like,
Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. I don't like Sabra hummus either. We're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you.
Let's be real.
Now, why is Ben Shapiro in the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence? Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead. Next question.
I'm not Frogan,
I know it's
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending?
Nah, gold cans are safe.
Also,
who can say?
There is a
Mama Pepper took care of the gold cans. It's okay.
In front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm
it's
looking
not
at the
even
the
his
thumbnail,
video.
bro.
Shut
I'm
the
talking
fuck
about the
up.
thumbnail.
I
right?
know, but I first of all, again, I'm making
You're
inferences
just
about
so mad that he won't
editorial
just go,
decisions
you know
that
what?
other people
Yeah, you
have
know
made.
what? I
I'm
don't
just
wanna be
simply
friends with
speculating at this
Frogan
point.
anymore.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed
it's a
by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah. I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
You're so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was accidentally in the F tier.
What does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
What's
it's confusing.
Stupid.
It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm
There's
sure.
why do you think there's a
So this is a
Jewish man in the
cosmic
A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
the tier list. If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine-tooth comb like any incidents.
The Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism
and you're having
everywhere.
a really hard time.
These
You
are just
want my answer,
cosmic
you want my perspective,
mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely.
Ethan has to be willing to be wrong
I think
here.
genuinely. At a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We
open,
can't talk
out
about
and
anything else. That's very
anti-Semitism,
convenient for you.
at a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
you
shirt
want
that says
to
"I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems to
around
me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing
you-
tier lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting really
them
silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave
in
of you to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
He seems
so
really
you're
really
trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But
stretch,
once again,
man.
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the
we've
value
devolved
judgment
the
thing. Like you can't make a
conversation
decision. It
away
sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
No.
Wait, I sound stupid?
You're holding
Well,
that
when you
him
go,
to
I
stand-
can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know
holding
why
to him
you're
to the
asking me
standard
what
that
their
they did
genuine
it.
decision making.
Why would I want my
is.
best
I don't
friend
know.
Idubs to be
I can't tell you what
anti-Semitic?
their
Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's an
Idubs to
issue.
be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me being
Can I be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're
to
gonna
hear-
like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they
what
are
an
actually
analysis.
out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like
Yes.
you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right. You're a permanent victim in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism, everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk about Rick Scott.
Let's pull that clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What? Bow, bam.
Do you think...
You hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
No, Ethan. As
think he was on the vibe.
Co-host, as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic, one, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you as anti?
Point.
Well, let me finish.
Let
me finish. You asked me 2 questions.
And let's address
No.
what you think I'm doing that's anti-Semitic.
Hold the phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
Do you think I'm anti-Semitic now?
I don't agree.
I'm going to answer. I'm gonna answer.
I can already tell, but
okay.
You can let him.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's
think
not
that
worry
this
about
is
that.
Let's sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to pull the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look,
Hasan's got a point there, though.
Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday, you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said, I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not.
That it won't,
you accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because no, I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy.
Oh, bro.
The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't. I only
in the
see
waiting
like
room. Bro, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah.
That's
you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right. Anyway, so you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
It's even funnier now that
Hasan
recognizes
$800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening.
Wait. For the '90s kids here, the Missy Elliott video.
Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
I saw you got banned. I saw you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something. Wait, what is this? And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting Wait, why US are you showing senator. me this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back? to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on
It
my
sure
end.
does, buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was
and it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why you
I'm
guys were
just
hitting
as
that
bad
same
as
flavor.
Candace Owens on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very
All right,
good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now
you gotta
officially
elaborate.
not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2
there.
days ago you said I wasn't, but
I already-
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you
All right,
haven't
Mitesh.
answered this.
Here, Jack is gonna jump in at the end of this conversation, and at the end of this discussion, then we'll have a beer.
Question.
I have literally
2 days
answered
ago
it
you said I
probably
wasn't
2 times.
anti-Semitic.
The reason
For
that
a
I'm saying you're
year-
anti-Semitic
for
is
a
because how you
year-
responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite,
No,
a rabid anti-Semite.
never did.
You did.
You
did.
did
You went
not.
back and
I
forth
have
on it.
actually
Even
went back
Ben
and
checked
checked.
you on it.
I had said
Even-
that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and
Oh,
checked.
so
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading
Yeah,
anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's a
I
difference.
mean, there's a
Okay, got
difference. No, what you're
Okay.
doing
Can
is
I
like
ask you a
the
question?
different thing. You
Is
said
about
this, it's
Habibi,
like,
not
no, I
Sabra.
did
You're
not hear.
conceding
You
the
wanna
framing.
play
Yeah,
this?
we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask my turn. Do you think it's
All right, your
appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here,
I don't,
for example,
I don't think
is
it's
someone
appropriate.
using
But
it
if you're talking about
anti-Semitically.
me saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hassan, let me finish.
got
You're
got
getting
people
ahead of yourself,
deplatformed, then
buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're getting
that's
ahead
a
of
valid
yourself,
thing
man.
to. That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also
Hold
I stand
the
on that
phone.
for sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in
Who
the
is this?
ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
This.
You remember?
Wait, is this the? Is this the guy?
yeah, you remember.
Wait. No. This is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is,
Hold on.
it doesn't.
Hold on.
No.
You brought this dude
It doesn't
up.
matter.
And
I'm
I
showing
believe
him
this is
as
not
an
the first time
example
you
of
brought
you.
this dude up. It does matter. It
Okay,
does
fine.
matter.
He's
You
not a
brought him
fan.
up.
I don't care.
You
Listen,
brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought
Now
him
you don't
up,
care.
Hassan, if I brought him up, let me finish
that
my
person is
point.
not a fan of mine.
Save
why
it.
Did you make it seem like that
Hassan.
person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me.
No,
it's
get
my
there
turn
right
to
now.
ask a question.
Oh, Jesus.
Just because
Why
I
do you
brought
think
him
this
up
random
doesn't give
fucking
you
guy
the
is a
space
fan
to
of mine,
interject.
Ethan? Is it because he rolled up to me
Let
and
me
tried
finish.
to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes.
At the
Okay, thank you very
encampment where I was
much.
very clearly disturbed by his presence?
Hassan,
Is
I
that
think
why?
you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
Ethan, can you answer the question?
let me-
Why did you falsely claim that this fucking
Because he's
random
on video
dude who
saying
does
he
not
loves
like
you, that
me
you're his favorite
is a
person in the
fan of
world? What do you
mine?
mean?
Wait.
All right, Hassan,
Didn't
here you go,
use
buddy.
him approaching
Here we
you?
go. You wanted it, I've got it.
Approaching you.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sorry.
love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like you're my girl, bro.
You're the goat.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
My God.
Wow, how crazy.
Oh, you got
I'm fucking. Is this another? Is this another hysterical
standard.
delusion?
Yes, it is. And I'm going to
Okay.
explain to you
Weird.
exactly why. Because
Wow,
we spent a
dude, I
good
love
deal
you.
of
You're the goat,
encampment.
bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Dumbass.
Listen,
for his own dumbass podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
No, you're
It's
not
called derailing.
derailing
When I'm
this.
telling
You're
you I was
derailing it with
there
your
and I'm
bullshit.
telling you
Okay,
the situation.
very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Play the clip
He was just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. You know, I'm fucked.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God.
Here, I'll add
I love you.
subtitles.
What is this? Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
1.
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
My producer
I'll
and my
play it
camera
again.
op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
I'm so sweaty, bro.
there.
I'm so sweaty.
And he's in the chat right
I have
now.
to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll play it again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles. I'll play the clip again.
Palestinian encampment.
Gotcha.
That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview for his podcast, for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move
now
on.
You don't
do you
care.
want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Him losing
Wait,
his
well,
mind
hold on.
because he
You
is
can't just say
legit
you don't
losing his
care all
mind.
of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random person who stalked you is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in. I believe in,
okay,
your,
I
in
lied,
one of your videos.
I lied
you
about him being a fan.
Of mine, and I was sending harassment your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big point of contention?
I concede.
It is, especially for the fact that you're trying to do
I want to show you an example of...
Do you see my side of this, though?
I think...
Because, like,
no, you're being dishonest.
A random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
A random Hassan fan comes up
chase,
to you.
And you... wants the cloud chase. And you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I implied.
Like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a fan of mine
was
I did. Actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you and then you imply in your video that he was a fan of mine?
Go ahead. When you're done, I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way. Dan, if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
who cares?
meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
It doesn't make my
seemingly
point
you
look
care
good
enough
anymore.
about it that
I'm
you
just
brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending.
Bro, you're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example.
I feel like I need
not
to be
that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
introduction
of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it.
Dumb shit.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
It's live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out.
What?
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat. I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's
it's really
showing the clip.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't
the reason
see
that
you.
this was
You're not
this
there.
is like a WWE match that everybody was looking forward to because of the drama.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not
Fine,
a
bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic,
is,
bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we
you've made
please
an
move
inference
on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't prove
also
me
false.
wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of
that was the most real part.
Someone
of this
who I
entire
think
thing.
is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think, no, I think that guy.
Yeah.
That, I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude. I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Just like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, like, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took
ADL.
credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago, you choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL.
So.
Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly
to
come after me.
Apologize.
When his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually,
look?
you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said
not
you worked
spoken
with
to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL
for these bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that
falsely
I got nothing to
claimed
do with
that
the ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story
wasn't
independent
a
of me.
Panel, Ethan, just like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
I did not hear about the Habibi podcast.
Public pressure
thing
clearly
from Ethan. I
works
actually heard
on
about
Twitch,
it,
and they
separate from
make
that,
erroneous
from
bans
Twitter outrage.
when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that she heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a joke.
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL, but you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't. I don't
Okay,
think you
well,
worked
you doubled
directly
down
with
on
them.
it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then for Mr. Precise Words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accuse without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now
you
trying to
admitted
rewrite history and
you
say I
admitted
said
that
you were
got the
working
streamers
besides
banned. You
them.
took
You
ownership
are a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL? Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist? Do you work with them? Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered? Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same goal and are completely related?
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was on the tier list, bro.
In saying that
it was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Ethan,
I don't have to be a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you fucking
to my words,
dumb?
Please listen to my words.
I'm trying, but it's just fucking lies and filth and like empty air.
What do you
want out of this, bro?
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's not what you said.
In getting
you said I'm partnered with. Partnered with. You are lying. You are rewriting. You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your hallucinations.
Hassan, do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working on the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
What do you think the average person would conclude from saying I'm partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
bro? You are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me. It's so obvious what you meant.
Demanding the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, "I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it." What would a normal, reasonable person infer from that?
I was on the tier list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking like. It wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No, because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can feel comfortable in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL? And not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
Didn't even make that inference.
Have I ever mentioned the ADL?
He did.
You took credit.
Did I ever mention the ADL, Hassan? Answer the question.
It doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career?
This could all be solved with a I'm sorry. You
Actually,
know
I
what?
mentioned
I'm
them once,
sorry, too.
but I didn't even
Like,
know what they were.
fucking
Frankly,
Christ,
if
but
you had
they're
the
egos.
thing, it was even. Did I ever?
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying,
Okay.
I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
Which one do you think? What do you think the average
you
person
sound
would
so
think in this
silly, bro.
situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro,
a
I was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't care.
stupid,
Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing
listen.
at all.
I was
Stop,
being
then
silly.
apologize.
They attacked me. I responded. Do I know? Do
Oh,
I
you
know
were being
who?
silly.
Then apologize.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can
Well,
move on.
do I
then.
think
Now
I
you're
got
being
them banned?
silly.
I don't know.
damn
Who
it,
knows? You
adult
know.
in
I
this
think
room.
that
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call it
about and then
token, my
the ADL
friend.
actually
They got
reacted.
themselves
spend
banned
time
too.
being a
They thought it was
token,
a
you're
great
gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
God damn it.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to
right?
cash in on
Silly.
your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
Sam Cedar.
I'm not going to review. I don't want to.
Sam
They're
Cedar.
normies.
Okay.
I don't want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very good.
am.
I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly
receiving
enough.
end of
We
an
can have a more normal
insane fucking
conversation.
harassment
I can have a more normal
campaign. Why would
conversation
they?
with
Why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just
laugh
to recap
at all of this.
Just to
they're
recap here,
watching.
so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Here we go. Here's the crux
Ethan,
of it.
I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't,
that
but you're
has
acting
nothing
up.
to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hassan,
that.
is acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. Wait, all right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No.
I feel like a
can we
therapist
just get
for
back
this.
to
This is
Israel
quick.
Palestine,
It's
please?
very
Because
quick.
like you
I
see
just want
this
to put a
aside.
cap on this. Just a cap.
And making these
You're doing the
inferences
thing
that
that
I
I'm
am,
so
and, like,
critical of you on.
partnering with
Retitle
like
this,
the
couples
ADL.
therapy.
You says so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I care about multiple things, my friend.
Revolves. Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about. Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do
case?
you think that
no, I don't. Well,
Sabra
fucking
hummus
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
Do
free.
you think that the Sabra hummus shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're accused.
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right. Ethan.
I'm
you
partnered
have
with the
in
ADL.
past-
Remember what you
have
said.
in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
What do you mean
talked about how you
bona fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mm-hmm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless. Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question. So I claimed when talking about, now, by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is, being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right? I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted me to be deplatformed
Let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the case?
those,
what I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
attacking people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My point
I mean, that's kind of up to other people to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way, gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane, maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you.
Dog whistle.
You literally think
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time he calls me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism.
You got
That's
a whistle?
not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't like you.
Anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody be well.
No,
all right, let's move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see. We'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah. You accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Not only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used clips that are unlisted called hummus when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From I pulled a clip link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your proof that I work with Destiny.
None of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature
I don't
in
think
my
it's that
context?
ridiculous of
My
a fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass harassment operation that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are Oh, you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
No,
there was a guy in your
the only
Discord
reason.
that's
Did I
also
bring
in
that
his
up?
Discord. I think you're
No, I
hallucinating.
didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hassan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you
I
have
gave
friends
you
who are
a
aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional. In that room is uncomfortable.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host
discovered
that
the
you
IP ban. Is
correspond
that not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
It
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you brought
how is that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan?
What,
are you
Ethan?
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence with
avoid
Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan?
Hassan?
Listen, answer.
Do you not correspond with
answer.
Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host. And
I mean,
is
to be fair,
perfectly
Hassan's
aligned
doing
with
the
him
same
and
thing
uses
that he
his
was
community
not
to brigade.
happy about Ethan doing.
And also has
with,
literally
with his friends. So I'll be honest.
I
in his own
don't really
community
fucking care
or
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
Both doing guilty by
I'm not
association.
endorsing him.
Association.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to
use.
somebody you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Oh,
That
well,
is-
there you
yes,
go.
I speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to one
you
right
talked
now.
to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said
You
I've
also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think I need
ever
to
having to
delegitimize you
address
by
them.
associating
And
you
isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say
This
because you
would've
can just
been
say,
much better with
Ethan's
the
friends with
moderator.
Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't
Hassan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hassan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
The December
What have we
of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry.
What?
What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we
What we
disagree
are
on?
disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
Does that seem
and
significant?
what you think is the
Hold
major
on.
point of contention here.
Hold on. The fact you also said this where it's like, but you also have a platform and a responsibility. Stop with that shit.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus
I'm
on
sorry, man.
is certainly something you can critique.
A little
But
frivolous.
does that justify like lying about me
thought there
continually
was
for a
a
year and a
mod,
half
but they
just
got
because
scared.
you don't like where I'm focused?
Oh.
That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan, take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a clip
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
her
to
name
use
is
that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hasan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
I mean,
so
yeah,
why don't you
that's
say
fine.
that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I
Yes,
was saying?
absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
Hasan,
initially understood
that was
the full
one
context until Hila stopped you
Very
and
good,
said,
he
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my
in fact,
responses.
you had promised.
They're watching Hasan's stream.
Me, and I know you would never lie to me that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom, do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan?
I'll be honest, I like this one a lot better because it doesn't have either of the chats.
How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to
I don't
be going.
think so either.
but
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be honest
accurate
with
way
you.
to...
I was gonna
That
be.
is- the thing
I
is,
was
that's
thinking
part
about
of it,
being a lot
though.
more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity. and
Ethan, I
you're
want you
still-
to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility.
Legend, that's
ignore the tier
Good
list
assessment.
with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is. This
You
is
are
the
a
baby
prolific
gloves.
liar, bro. Where's the link? Just control F for.
They're withholding the links
The
from
reason,
because they're
for the
so
record, the reason
uncomfortable.
why I don't like to bring Gila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to,
fair
extend
Well, you
the
just.
lens of
I mean,
criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like. Well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion. The evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay. While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the
okay.
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
Hold on, I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
Need to do that.
Beyond the pale.
Is that there is one instance in
Did you put a
captivity.
Hamas
headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if you're
I
showing
said,
my
as I
reaction.
said,
giggling. You're
Israel
giggling.
had
It's so
a right,
funny.
Has a right to defend
No, I'm not
itself.
giggling. I'm
sure
saying, bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes
The
did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call
What?
people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
Yeah, I'm
of
not
sexual
exactly
violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan.
And girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Ethan.
And took
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this.
He's just so mad that he's a meanie Bobini.
Pulled it up. Now sit silently and
Okay,
enjoy.
but I got the point. You're saying that you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that
Women
someone
and
is
girls, men and boys
wait, what?
slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar it didn't happen. There you go, Hasan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen.
That's
great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You did actually, I'm surprised, you did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually? That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN
preliminary report? Go ahead, you tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report, like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel, though.
I agree.
You said,
I agree.
You said,
but Israel,
there's
Israel
women that come out and said,
lot, right?
I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
well, you should
one instance in captivity.
As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the reality,
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan. Please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report
he was about
and the
to be
findings,
an asshole, and he was like, "Yeah,
there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
I can't pull it up right now.
Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that...
No, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan.
Here's the story.
I'm using my words very carefully.
Of a man named Pepper.
Carefully.
Right.
Not victims.
Watching two grown men stream a lot.
Remember you do that.
Assault.
They were arguing like grown women.
Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that,
sorry,
I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work?
Wow.
They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you.
I deserve that one.
Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information, which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this real quick.
hallucinating?
Yes, I mean,
No. So no, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence
Nice
is
one,
not a
Hassan.
substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said
circumstantial
Pixar didn't
evidence
happen,
is
bro.
not
You need
enough
rape
to
kits.
prosecute.
Hassan needs
Credible
rape kits.
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar
to
didn't happen, right?
Prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all
This is
women,
not an
hey?
unhinged freak on Twitter.
Hey, are we
This is,
believing all
again,
women
there's also
unless
an
they're
article that
Israeli?
you can-
Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that
just learned you're wrong.
Obviously, you don't rape
I'll send
someone
you
and then
the
keep them
PBS
alive, right?
article
So
on-
most of them were
on-
murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account; it's 2 accounts. But the rest
There's
of the
way more than 2 accounts. What am I? What? Hey, Hassan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore
he's got
all these
evidence
women
for
need to be
you, and now
questioned.
you're just ignoring it.
That's
'cause
actually what
it
you're doing. You're
doesn't
saying
fit
Pixar
your
didn't happen.
art.
I don't believe
Ethan,
women
can
if
you,
they're Israeli.
Can you point me to? Can you point me to actual to victims that came
Yes,
out?
yes,
Because
yes.
as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
Show me evidence of anything you're
that
saying.
They openly said that there were no victims that came out.
You just said you had it, though.
Yeah, let me guess.
Ethan
You read it
just-
on Haaretz.
Ethan just said he had it. If you
what,
have
you
it,
don't-
then bring it up.
Do you
No,
think
I'm
that
lying
Haaretz
on your
is not a
bullshit.
credible
No,
institution
it is, but
of
you
journalism
just
at this point?
no, but you guys
Ethan,
lean
you're
on that. You
bullshit.
just lie about what it says because
What do
it
you mean,
sounds
you
credible.
guys? Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical,
oh my God, he really is.
rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent the
Swastika boy.
debunked narratives, and also here is the Israeli prosecutor Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual
They're
violence,
all
which is
dead.
particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
They're
someone
all
sent me
dead,
this link
bro.
of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think
Ethan,
that they
where are the
raped people and then
victims?
didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you
There-
give me
yes,
the names of the
yes,
victims?
yes, yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying
You
rape.
are.
If there are victims that have come forward in this
I
process,
will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity. And it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, like, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
only if there's
credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're gonna? Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that.
Okay, he's got to watch this because it does come off as rape apology.
I think it was either in the
I'm gonna be
UN or
honest.
to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic.
Because if this was
and she's
outside of this
speaking in
context,
English.
like if this was talking about like Brock Turner kind of stuff, it's like, ugh.
Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's?
Because I understand where he's coming from with the New York Times hit piece, and he's not wrong about that.
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
What the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated
had, like, some
claims
discourse similar
that
to
some
this
of
with
which
the Biden
were
accusers.
directly
Like this, that was a wild statement from HASAN.
Found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape
a crime
riots
that
took
an Israeli
place.
did unrelated to the conflict?
Israel
Do you find
had
it
a
interesting?
January
There's something
6th
that I
style. Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this?
No,
I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office
don't mention
and
it.
forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim.
That they raped
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean?
I knew exactly what he was planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do anything to prevent
it. Pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hassan. Hassan, don't silence her. Let her fucking talk. No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that everybody's lying, that Israelis are just inherently evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever happened. Listen to her.
Cry or to be sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice to the person who had just sexually
Listen to this victim. Show her some respect, Hassan.
Horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross.
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about what that terrible man did to me.
It is.
We were held in such
show respect,
monster, brother. That is fucking
gross. No person should
gross.
ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal
plug on this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
you really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of Hamas
militant.
on October 7th.
I literally said in the video,
a man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat on and humiliated as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite, the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim, who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my words.
They touch my private parts. They rape you.
You're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so pathetic.
as a fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged.
Silence.
And you know I acknowledged it because you posted it in your video that you just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
You're doing it again in the video. Listen, happened on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard.
Oh, yeah. Ethan,
are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence that you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
hold on.
Said that
You're
there
saying
was
only
no sexual assault that took place.
Wait, you're saying they have to have been on
at that report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I wish you had the energy you have.
That was not on October
for
7th.
The Israelis raping people. I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
People and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
Trauma of the victim.
If there are
just
victims,
because you need your heroes. You know what? This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just move on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, one evidence.
You deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual violence in captivity
I just showed you two.
that we know of up until this point.
Just showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you two.
You know that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know that I've
deny mass rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
My mute working
What?
one. If
You
it's
deny
working
that mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hassan. Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on firsthand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. Firsthand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their
sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
you know the fucking answer to that. Because you know that Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them.
That's what happened. Dozens of victims came out in that article.
What are you doing, bro? I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong
in that
right
article.
now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided firsthand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
Actually, hey guys, as I said,
I don't know.
type
I don't
1
think
in
they
chat
are.
if you
I
guys.
have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I have seen, from
the
everything
mute
that
is
I've read
working.
on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article that was posted by Lisa
here comes the Haaretz article.
Rozovsky.
I just read you firsthand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or it didn't happen.
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or it didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned
this is weird, man.
came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
Because they're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why
Are you okay?
You killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay. I understand.
I might be my mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting you, just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
He didn't say it.
Okay. No, we're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. Because I just read 4 first.
Because the question I have for you, is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
Oh no! This is the blue dress.
There have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay, and this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay. She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen.
There has been no justice.
Yeah, no, he is kind of doing the Pixar didn't happen because like
Pixar didn't happen
to like
on October 7 due to the fact that the government completely ruined. Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hassan, are you listening?
You think
4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
you know what? You're right. You know what, Hassan? You're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying. Let's err on the side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
No,
yeah, they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
Yes, you are.
my confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of this shit happened. Were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them.
Hey, Kurt.
It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you're
Just
fucking.
listening? Cool.
You are like woefully misinformed. Which just
dude. What are you talking about?
Oh, we missed your presence.
What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these 4 accusers?
Or a third party?
How do you explain these 4
and conduct an investigation.
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain the
let's err on the side of them lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new.
Come on.
It's newer.
Fucking
okay?
Okay.
I don't know. I
guess we're at an impasse here.
Right
I mean, listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a
something that came
propagandist,
out
and you fucking
after
hate
that.
Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm really trying to consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is exhausting.
You have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
2 minutes till my local.
Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Oh,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's
to
a train
me
that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah, I mean,
it's not that bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested than me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, want to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
88K are watching this,
my friend. Here it is.
On H3. Let's see, mixed with this
Ethan,
on.
play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike metric
let's
is
watch
not
it.
correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you not? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the
You were in the video.
clip.
How
I see Israel.
You're in the video.
You listen to Hassan, you hear all these fucking
Yes, you ruined a charity event. I hope you're proud.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about Israel proper.
What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield your eyes.
We never
I think that's
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay. Well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny?
Crazy,
it's all on the audio.
Like
Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio.
Ruben,
you can go listen to it if you gave
both
a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying
All
here?
right.
What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay,
Yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying to
your own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think it's. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza. Like
you
West,
feel
I mean,
like
the
you
West
going
Bank
to
has
Israel
checkpoints. It has like
amidst
different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel? You mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying
in his Oscar award,
all I said was my lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary. Okay, and also is an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I lived there
Israel
for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
no,
close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are.
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a Nazi officer.
Why did you choose the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you don't understand. I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's not the same at all, dude.
How wonderful Auschwitz looks like because it's German territory."
Thank you. I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper
his lived experience there for
narrow
a second.
definitions that you have invented in your mind. Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on by your own admission?
You did a show with me and you considered me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer that whole time.
What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kassev. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact. As long as they are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very good.
And I thought foolishly that you were one of these people.
Very good.
I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hassan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining to you my position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Wow.
Okay.
Holy
that's fair.
shit.
See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place.
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I privately,
on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
You are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences.
What have I ever said that shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was. What you just said.
Okay, so does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So
and
what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, HASAN? What did I say that's Zionist?
As recently as last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently as last month. As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something
I'm giving you
Zionist.
Another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently as last month,
you're not answering my question. You're just doing this kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas. Failure
I think it's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than
There's not a standing structure
the 7th floor of an apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy every
hospital
with
Hamas spending the totality.
That a bomb shelter would just simply be fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation for the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
the reason
time
why people
and time
believe
again.
That is because of your hyper focus
on
you, and your distractions
that makes me a Zionist?
away,
that makes
and your
me a Zionist?
deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the
public
Houthis.
enemy
You
number
call
one.
them terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror group, which is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
do you not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes,
please,
I think that this definition is intentionally vague and it's
can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation.
No,
you
you're
take
not.
this and you just
you're
go
not.
on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be here.
The American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But do you,
what do you mean? But you,
here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about
Fuck
it. What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking. Exactly. All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
All right,
so what is the expectation?
Please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond. Okay.
Now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right? Of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that.
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count? Why does that bother you?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
they collaborated.
of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed.
They worked
most likely
with
by Russian
the government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
That is a false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad.
Ethan.
So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad. How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You are taking.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian.
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah
It's
where
ridiculous.
it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Axis of what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say
I'm
that.
not.
You
what do
said
you mean I'm lying?
You said
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you
were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion of the wanton slaughter.
Here's what you said, because you want to be precise.
You made up
I like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them. Let's just
said that they killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I am verbatim repeating what you said, you
liar. I'm having a
liar.
conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect on that.
You said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay. Don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
I'm Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did. But then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding
people
to harassment
who are offering analysis and not justification, but analysis.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
I'm not doing anything. I'm
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and considering
you rely heavily on your audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, oh, Hasan defends terrorists, Okay.
Literally
There's
just
a reason
did.
why you say that. You say that to
You literally just
disparage
did.
me without actually addressing my arguments. And now when you're faced with me face to face to
God, bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just run
beginning,
around
shit
being like Ethan
changed.
defense terrorism? I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason,
actions
and we'll
were
get to that
noble.
in
I
a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their
inception
actions
was
were
a
noble.
noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
But people can assume I'm
presenting a
Zionist.
position.
But it's okay for
What?
it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic is
you don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
I get why
I'm
people
a
assume you're
fucking
pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel okay? Let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have
Hasan,
left your
you
community
said your
for this
community has
reason
nothing to
because
do
you
with
can't take a
this.
fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis, the real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend the reality.
Bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just gish gallop forever.
Cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this conflict.
Please, let me just talk. This is you say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
please, Hasan, let me finish a point.
If you demonstrated,
dude, you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No, listen to me.
So I'm not muted. So hold on, let me finish.
Humility,
you gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of humility you did just now, most people would not have left your community, by the way.
I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you are browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that is called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, Bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is a much more broad than that.
Yes, you're inferring it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for this participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Giving it a shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like you. First of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
Well, you have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking false.
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why
I can't believe you
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay, there's a difference.
And that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating my community.
I do not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval? I just told you.
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you are.
People don't fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hasan. That might surprise you.
It
might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career has been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede any point that you are.
Because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience because you've been saying that I've been like leading a harassment
I'm waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it.
Are you?
It's embarrassing.
Sorry, hold on.
Especially
Dan is
because of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to sea Palestine will be free.
I'm not going to let you stunlock me. Again, another pathetic fucking lie. Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay. I'm not going to get stunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as capos?
Of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is criticizing someone be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Token Jews that are not representative of the broader movement.
They're statistically
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
yes,
that you don't like, and you are quick
I have
to
a
call
problem
them
with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there you don't like Bad Empanada? You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
all of a sudden you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you
and
love
I've
his
maintained
videos
this
suddenly?
position- I've
Before
maintained
you
this
pledged never to
position-
watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he was he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is
Initially,
insane, pathetic,
that's
bold-faced lie.
what it is. No, he said
You literally told. Oh my god, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you
he's gonna pull up
criticizing
DMs.
XQC.
Hold on.
Okay, wait.
And all these other
You asked for it.
Actually,
Hold on, you asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
oh
he
my
would
god,
ever
wait!
ask
I sent
for.
you a
And all
clip.
these
Why
other
aren't you playing
content
that one?
creators
Just
actually,
watch.
you know, whipping their communities when
Whipping their
chat is
communities.
going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was
Yeah,
pro-Palestine.
you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Yeah, okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But there you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. Where do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Shut up.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
I like that.
Keep playing. Enough.
I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going. No,
why?
No.
It's
Come
7
on,
minutes
we've watched
long,
a
bro.
lot of your clips.
Spare
Keep
the
going.
audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we going to glean from watching longer?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to finish
to the middle.
I know what it is. You talk kindly about... Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you, okay?
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that point?
Okay, let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way,
whoa.
No, whoa.
My turn. Well, I was
you were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
I wasn't moderating my community and claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice
the
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip.
Free
Ethan,
Palestine.
you keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
The clip.
Yeah, go support
support this.
I played the clip. Just chill out.
that
I said it. I told you
do
why I wasn't
appreciate
watching that
regardless
Empanada.
of
Oh my
my
God,
disagreements
Hasan,
with him
you're talking over the
on
clip. You
his-
need to let it
I
play. Okay. You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine.
Extreme
Okay.
exception
You think I
times
want to
3.
write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
You link to his
because
page.
ultimately his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid.
Stand is
Such a
streaming
fucking
something
freak,
fierce.
dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on bad empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath. Okay, the idea that he's just
correct.
By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community
I don't
doesn't
know
do
if you
harassment, right?
understand. I don't know if you have
let's just promote
I don't know
bad
if you have a
empanada, who
command over the
literally
English
exists
language.
to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that
mean
you
on
just
Twitter
showed
is ridiculous. He is not just
None of
mean
the
Well,
on
you're
showed is
Twitter.
talking.
He is the
No,
most
you're doing it right now.
insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking
baby
a
Kaya.
reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking bad empanada. The cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet.
Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a
Okay,
terrorist, right?
can we-
Someone who,
I
by
got
the
it.
way,
Yes,
like,
you're-
what terrorist
you're-
attack has he?
By the way,
has
you
he
couldn't even
committed? What
watch
terrorist
a
attack has he
fucking
committed? I can point to
7-minute
a
video
terrorist act
of
that
me
Gila Klein has
actually defending
participated in.
you to your
What terrorist
audience
act
because
did
that
this
would
guy
kind of
participate
betray
in?
the
Would you
narrative
point
that
It's
you
to
almost done.
presented.
It's almost
Which
done.
one?
It's done. It's almost
He
done.
would perhaps
Okay, go
benefit
ahead.
tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos
Here.
on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community
No.
doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely, provably, empirically
do you wanna,
true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so bad empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No. There's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So bad empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like. There's disagreements that I have with bad empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad empanada.
What about
on
his videos
YouTube
attacking me?
essays
Are those
is
is that
actually
part
when
of
it's issue-specific.
his great body
Bad
of work?
empanada on his YouTube.
They really don't, because he has unrealistic standards and that he doesn't even live up to by himself. No, and he's a psychopath.
Killer. Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Come on.
Why does bad? Okay, it is good. Why does bad empanada role play hunting Hila and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that bad empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan
who literally
Klein is a Zionist
dog,
and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
Empanada, the reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended.
How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know.
have no idea.
Maybe one.
I've watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
And are most of them about me?
No,
Oh,
no, not all of them are about you.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
I mean,
that's part of the narrative,
that's
right?
one of the easiest
I
ones
mean,
that we can all just go.
claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good.
Yeah,
well, let's see. Let's see. Ugh, God damn it.
Bro.
Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels.
LA was
These are
burning
all
and you were
different
making a
clips, right?
content
Over a
nuke.
2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
These are fan channels.
Let me. Over
These are
60-day
fan
period.
channels. This
That's
is disingenuous.
24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This
Right.
is disingenuous. You're
Right.
presenting the same. You're presenting.
Okay, first of
fan
all, I'm
channels
just
that are
showing how much you talk
posting-
about me on stream. Second of all, that the fan channel
Ethan,
defense is a.
Ethan.
Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no
Who's
control over
obsessed
my
with
fan
who?
channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same
And
thing
you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's
So
all
of course
part,
it's gonna
so you
look
don't
like
ever
I'm
have to
talking
accept
about you a lot more
responsibility.
than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah.
never thought about
no,
this
well,
one
so
that
yeah, this is the
deeply,
total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same
It's
moments. The last
usually
one
the
does
same
not.
moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not
fucking
have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times you talked about me on your
Okay.
stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that. Probably.
Okay, so and I'm
because I think you
24
are
minutes is actually fair.
up until this very moment you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now I'm glad that you brought up
Hold
the
on.
obsession.
Do you think this is
because
reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable, or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go
Okay?
ahead, and by the
here
way,
we go.
just take this in, okay?
On
Last
your
60 days.
Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on, let me pull this up really quickly. Oh, you have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
story
From what
post
period? From what period of
since
time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan channels.
I'm asking
That's
you
just
for
your
what date?
Instagram.
What's your date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
What
clips.
year?
You have mentioned
What year?
me. January, 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year? That's an
110.
absolute fucking lie.
110.
Show me the evidence of that.
110
He's like,
Show me your
I actually
evidence.
got the
I've got
number there,
pictures.
bro.
What do you got? I talked about you
This
110
is
times.
before
Show
the
me.
clips.
All right, this is
You
kind of
have
funny.
basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Son,
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah, but this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2
Ethan,
months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval
When you
and your
look at
direction.
my-
It's
when
part
you
of your
look at me
disinfo campaign
referencing
to
you,
avoid
it's
responsibility. It's so
almost
obvious.
always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Hostweet. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you
called me
say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you
What?
stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that, but you also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did
which
I try
you
to sue?
openly
Whoa,
stated
whoa.
You wanted to dox
When
them
did I-
to their families.
What? This is on. You're
frivolous lawsuits to Redditors.
Bloodstone, were you talking to my parents when they got divorced?
To anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories
Can
as well,
can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you?
Away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people that are anonymous Redditors?
Who's extorting?
They said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking
get?
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
go on.
Kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were
what?
I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan. That was posted to Snark that went viral in your community. Was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
You can find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
I'm until this moment. What are you talking about,
bro? You're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How is that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about? I only saw the litigation.
Hasan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
No. I'll be honest.
Could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay.
About
this
great.
Instance,
it's not that crazy then.
One of the Redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First
only
of all,
did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan, you're lying.
He said that it incited something. Hold on.
Hold on. You're lying. So
in
you
the
have to stop.
process of suing them for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit.
Why?
What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just make people dance?
All right.
If they got him on a copyright
do you have
claim?
a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
He's actually got a point.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously
views from you how?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
by posting it on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait.
Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know the difference between a letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
criticize.
criticize.
You know how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
You know what? I want to ask you something. They're posting paywalled. They were posting paywalled content and saying, "Watch it here so that you don't support Ethan."
Now.
Okay,
Spare
me. Now let me ask you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr.
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I have had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this: whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
ducking you. I'm sitting in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good,
bro,
as today has demonstrated.
I said just
and
watch
that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I know
it's not
the
a
clip
biography. You understand that,
Ethan,
right?
can I ask
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting,
it's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hasan. It's
right
not
now-
about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly, by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And
11
you
hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
Which you can't provide, by the way.
There is a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made.
You didn't watch
in
the
his
video. How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to?
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity
so
to
where'd
see
you
the
get the
future?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the
answer
video
all
then?
of his
Why not
questions?
just watch the video? It seems
Wait,
cowardly.
did
You're
I
like,
get a
I
list
don't want
of
to
all
watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me
Did
a
I get a
list
list
of all
your
the
points,
things. So
Ethan?
I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe
Ethan, you
he's making
consider
a good
yourself-
point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's
That I
right.
didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So
by
let
the
me
way,
explain to you
being
something.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible
why
and
did
can
I
never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to
have
talk
all
about
the
the content
information that
nuke,
I had actually
Hasan?
responded to?
Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over
what's out of
sexual
context?
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we
was
going
me
over this again?
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
I want to
Do you
talk about
feel like that
something
was an
else.
appropriate way to show
It
that I was
wasn't
a
out of
rape denier?
context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I
Do you
showed
feel like?
I
Wait, what do you mean?
showed
You can't just
you-
say that wasn't out of context.
How was
That
it
is
out
the
of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood
What about all the other ones?
that they might have happened
What
because
about all the
rapes
other
are
ones?
actually
What
rapes
about all
are
the other
actually
ones?
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace
What
in
about all the other
conflicts
clips?
in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these
What? Okay,
claims.
so here.
Do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I
like,
showed
oh,
sufficient
no.
evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long.
Wait,
That's
so-
one
so you do
example. That's
recognize
one
that
small.
was out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right. Let me give you the master list. Okay. If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as well, or you can just take my word for it. Up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want
give me examples that was out of context?
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely slept. You falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay.
Happy Mountain time.
The usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a wait, what?
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it, and then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Oh, that's untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred, inbred.
Happy birthday from Hassan. The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude. Come
you continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Of course, I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hassan. When I get criticized, I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan opens Comrade KC tweets and snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on people.
They're fucking Nazis.
That doesn't make it
What's
any
wrong
less
with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry bully claiming that he was a victim
he was
of
walking
harassment.
through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How is he a cry bully?
No, he's a cry bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean? When someone
to be a cry bully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on?
an entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted
so you're
by.
saying
he's actually got a point
people
here.
think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like
this is what
your
he should have
repeated
started
use
with.
of the word
This is
inbred
where we
against
should have
Jews.
started the interview.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
God.
I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who
No,
are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm
Nazis.
attacking you.
You're
How is
no,
me saying why you
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza,
All the
and then you're
clips?
going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they
immediately.
look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people
I literally
won't see
took
that
it back
and go,
immediately.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that
oh
works?
my God, there's
have
a
you
lot
ever,
more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece
ever?
by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because I went because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were gonna fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked about,
here,
you
let's do this.
backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not. But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's
I do
rewriting
not
history.
think- I'm gonna say this very clearly.
No, it's not that
to
you cared. It's that
I'm gonna
you
say this
fucking
very
glazed
clearly
them
to
up.
you right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right side?
What have they
Ethan?
done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel. Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an
It
Israeli.
was partially owned.
Island.
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for fucking for Turkey from
matter.
India.
What do you mean?
There was
What do
they
you think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5
dude? What do you think
totally
BDS stands for?
unrelated Filipino fucking
You also
prisoners
said
and
it wasn't owned
kept
by
them
an Israeli,
prisoners
by
for
the
a
way, in your
year.
fucking video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know
on
what
so far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
Partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli
conglomerate.
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British
It is an
company.
Israeli
It's
conglomerate
owned by a
that owns
British
the
company.
fucking ship.
So it's owned by a British
You literally claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think
Good luck with
all
that
of these
one,
ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag
How much of this?
to get.
How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy is
0.5.
If this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that
Well,
even
you
if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their.
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned by an Israeli conglomerate.
No, it wasn't.
And you lied
That's
on
an
your
outright
fucking video.
lie. You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're
said it was
basically running
an
defense
Isle
for a
of
terrorist
Man. You
organization.
said the flag
Now,
was
do
on
I
Isle of Man.
defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, you wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not hijacking an
on the fucking
unaffiliated
planet
boat
that
and kidnapping
withstood-
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was,
What
yeah,
would you
I
do,
remember.
Ethan?
I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
It's just you couldn't.
They were held. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage.
So how's that help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors hostage for a year.
Do you understand the concept of deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel?
What?
Kidnapping
Hold on,
fucking...
that doesn't deter. Yeah, I
Do you
actually have
understand
to
the
say
concept of
Hassan's pretty
deterrence?
fucking stupid.
Yes.
How is that a
That's one of his dumbest takes in this entire debate.
It is a show of force.
What the fuck? Because then he doesn't see how that would justify a lot of what Trump does. Are you fucking kidding me?
Stop
What the fuck?
successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going
does he not
through.
see
They
that?
literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that
Dr.
initiative.
David.
Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do?
Can I just call you Dr. Dave?
Should they not? Should they
Not as cool as Dr. Gunn.
allow their coastline to continue having commerce as
Inside
though
joke.
as though nothing
Community
is going
inside joke,
on up
guys.
there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let
Yemeni
it
is not
happen?
Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
Scares. I mean, it doesn't. It's what Norman Finkelstein
How can
said.
people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15
It's not
sailors?
unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was
It is
unaffiliated, as I've
totally.
said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied
It
about
was.
that, and you
I
recognize that you lied
you're-
about that for
you're-
the record.
okay.
But if it was,
People can look
if
into that.
it wasn't, even if it, even
Why
if
did
it was
they didn't need to kidnap
unaffiliated,
random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending that?
Ethan, you know what's
You're
what's
defending them
terrorist shit?
kidnapping these
You know what's terrorist shit, Ethan?
unrelated
I
foreign
have to say,
You know what's
sailors?
terrorist shit?
Hassan
Israel
is not
fucking
looking good here, and
blowing
this
up
would be,
a humanitarian
this
aid
would fall on deaf
flotilla.
ears of a
Defend that.
lot of people.
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks
Well,
like.
you are defending
Israel,
terrorism,
as
though.
of this conversation
And
taking
you've done
place,
it many
Israel
times
last
during this
night
conversation.
literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance.
So
and it's
do you-
not only
do you
moral, but
think-
it's just.
Very
and
good.
if-
You're right.
if-
You're so righteous.
If justice is
Do you
served,
think that the Filipino hostages who are held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of
probably
resistance?
not.
Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you
I
do?
mean, the thing is, if they're
I
not
think-
careful, then
well,
they could
first of all,
actually start
I
a
think
war
that,
with
like,
another
there's
fucking
something to be
country
said
by
for
pulling shit like
stopping the
that.
cargo in that strait, but
Just
they're
a-
doing it
just an aside.
insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping
Oh,
unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're
Damn,
doing it
dude,
bad.
It's not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
You won't
the
explain how
entire
it's
point is
affiliated.
to
You said it's
stop
owned by
commerce.
an
The
Israeli
entire point
conglomerate.
is
That
to
is an
make-
outright lie.
Yeah.
Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by
Wait,
an
what?
Israeli conglomerate. You said that. Yes, it was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle
Yeah, Hassan
carrier
looks
that was
like a
owned by a
big-ass
British
tanky.
company,
Right now he
operated by a
does.
company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman.
Yeah, this is a stretch.
It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
Sorry.
So
man.
what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
It's
connected.
owned
I'm
by a
telling you how
British
it's connected.
company.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's
Well,
connected.
you're lying
and
about
now
how
you
it's
don't like that
connected.
connection.
No, you're lying. That's what I don't like.
Hassan hasn't admitted once
What
that
do-
he's wrong.
I'm not lying. The
You said-
ship info is readily
Okay.
available, Ethan.
Ego.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number
larger
5 that you also presented falsely
Very
on
good.
your context puke.
The problem is more the
Someone's gotta be
kidnapped
keeping tally
sailors.
somewhere.
I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You
Ethan,
You go.
Ethan.
Have you
He
ever heard of
kinda is.
deterrent?
He kind of
Yeah,
he did kind of just defend it.
walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
please.
You didn't make a
explain
good
to me
case.
how it's
What you would
justifiable
do,
to
Ethan,
kidnap 15
What would
sailors.
you do, Ethan? What would you do?
Go ahead.
You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
HASAN unironically supporting the Patriot Act. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see how this could be applied to Republicans in like the way that they do things. He doesn't see how like his outrage of January 6th kind of doesn't hold a candle if he believes this shit. Just gonna say.
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists?
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
the Filipino guys?
The people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that you call a genocide are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
kidnapping
their
innocents
fucking methods. But you have no way.
Kidnapping innocent
alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not true. I say just don't kidnap innocent people.
Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Jesus
is that possible?
Okay, You're burying yourself.
Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
that's
also
great.
Turned
what does
around.
that have to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you mean?
Innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
So meeting terrorism with terrorism is the way to
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like
why is it a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different.
From Twitch, and
they also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement.
But I'll say yeah, Israel. The IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Sorry, guys. Can you actually
talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that? Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should try saying that sometimes.
That's really interesting because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like, these guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me one.
It turned out that actually,
give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis have slaves.
The poorest country on the planet.
Damn it, that means I have to pause.
They weren't the ones that were doing the slavery, according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
and
Houthis have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
Propaganda papers that at a time when Saudi Arabia was doing a fucking genocide.
For having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking about,
Just acknowledge
dude?
that they do terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay, it's
they don't have shit. They don't have slaves. They don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and how's
man-made
that blockade, by the way, helping the country?
Saudi Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE
helping the famine in Yemen? How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading doing for the poorest country on earth?
And their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah. Clearly,
their blockade is. Their blockade is awesome.
Why it matters? How they came to power?
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing
hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context cube were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says "First the Jews," which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with "From the River to the Sea"?
You agree with kidnapping civilians?
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and how what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts.
How is that relevant?
These actions and the blockade against these. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought, he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that. Like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about
here? Listen, you use his perspective on "From the River to the Sea" to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claimed, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day
sure
if you want to.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, keep going.
I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
kids.
No, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a meme.
Very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth.
Port. That is
what
a
are they
direct
doing for
material.
peace?
The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the river to the sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay. Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a
it's
point
irrelevant,
that you have to admit
and you
is wrong.
just talk
but
and
listen,
talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all it is known is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem.
And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them as Joe Biden did and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe the IDF
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita. And because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch this.
You kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's watch the evidence.
His last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay?
Let's watch the evidence.
This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
let me show you.
It's not because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen. And in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure the Yemenis,
the fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side
claim
of the
they're
fucking
doing
world,
it on
when
behest
they
of
say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people, including
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely. He has withstood genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi government. Of course I do. I think that but my point that I was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish people.
Would you think Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out
If she was like, I want to kill Germans and hang them? Yeah.
And took up arms against the Nazis?
I think that this is one of Hasan's his dumber points here.
Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that didn't happen?
Anne Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same, for sure.
It wouldn't be the same.
She's famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust.
Yeah.
You understand that? That's not what.
Let
me show you. Let me show you.
I don't think he does. It's the same way Republicans think that Jesus would be a gun-toting American.
Do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation,
Israel
you would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway?
It's not about calling her a bad person.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is all
You say the
they
Saudis,
have known.
you said this, why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it damn the Jews?
They're directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh, but
what
I thought,
are you talking
see
about?
the Star of David. Of course they hate
Why isn't it just death to
Jews.
you know? Or
What about why is their flag say death
the American
to
one?
fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Sorry, I'm playing
Their
devil's
flag
advocate here.
says death to America,
Oh, it does.
death
Okay.
to Israel, a curse
I didn't
upon
know
the
that.
Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again
Never mind.
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has a
Arabia?
clip on that too.
Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No,
do you wanna see
let me show you this because you've been
you
going
want to
on
hear
and on.
Norm Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking and talking and talking and talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
Hassan,
Uprising, Ethan?
You gotta stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay. He says, ready for sacrifice. Maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. Why did he say yes to are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is.
Why does he carry water?
I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. Hard. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne Frank, by the way,
if Anne Frank lived, if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're going to do to the Nazis, would your analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
That one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud going, hey, that's what she said. That's what we're going to do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
I like how you spelled it out. Like you said it, but you said it, and like somebody that would be offended by it walked like past you, and you were just like, what are you, retarded?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
With conviction.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psycho.
He went hot over there.
Okay, but if she
was exterminated with her whole fucking family. Her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan.
This guy over here is wicked smart.
Right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against her?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that?
Wait, are you calling Ethan a leftist now?
Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, confused. Not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
who really like to do
19 fucking years old.
Bro, no. We wouldn't even know about this shit if it wasn't for you. So no. God damn it. Hassan does this thing where he's just like, oh, yeah, this is a really bad point. This is without recognizing the fact that it's like you platformed him. You brought him to like this whole fucking prominence. And then you're not going to denounce anything that he was just saying outside of just like, well, what if Anne Frank had a gun?
That he's not a Houthi. Oh. You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid. I
get his point, but they need to move on. Hassan needs to stop. Understanding that a group of people is one thing, but completely siding with the actions of one without acknowledging the bad of the other isn't a good look. Yep.
Platformed and glazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone in fucking who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who's apparently partied with the captains? Wasn't even correct. You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me? Just insane.
Here's some clips.
But hold on, besides being like wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this?
I think I'm pretty sane.
It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes. Okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين متأيدين للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You're gonna make me read this for my audience? Fine, let's see how this goes. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna shrink this too. Alright.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up.
Of course, as normal, we, the Yemenis, extend our hand in peace. Yemen is allowed for anyone who lives
He's
in
got
it.
makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
Our problem is not with the Jews.
Our problem is not with the
Feeling
Jews,
like a
guys.
big man?
Our enemies are the
Buddy,
Zionists.
dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what do you think about all this shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
He both
at
believes
odds
that Jews
with
are
what
our
you
friends and also we
presenting.
need to murder them all.
The problem is
He believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
The problem is you conflate.
No, he said Jews. He, in the tweet, said this is what we're going to do to
from
Jews.
a Western perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
And
it
that's
as
the Jews' fault, right?
But listen to me.
And you're blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
In this case right now,
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a lie.
I actually have to kind of go with what Ethan was saying, where it's like their mission is good, but their actions are not. Like the way they're doing it, no. But then this whole, well, how would you solve it? It's just like, whoa, just because I disagree with it doesn't mean that I automatically know how to solve it.
You don't know this.
I just think that it's I do think it's kind of shitty to just be like, yeah, you know what? There's going to be some collateral damage. You know, people like citizens from the Philippines being held hostage for a year. That just, it happens.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. He didn't. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear you just repeated what
Go
I
ahead.
said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
What
say
did
love.
he say? Hold on
he
a
said
second. What did you say he said?
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude.
Well, you realize you were wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the...
I actually kind of agree with that. Yeah.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to
move
on, bro. That's actually one of the fairest takes out of all of this, with all the bad face shit that's going on. That, I gotta say, was one of the better ones.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you
literally said that on
would,
social media
or you
continually.
want me to be, because I understand the material conditions and
kill all
what
Jews.
plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody
what
needs
their
to fear us but
upbringing looks
Jews,
like.
he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining. He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, is this, I don't know if this is, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can,
it doesn't,
it does matter, unfortunately.
It's most likely
you're
not
on Twitch where
claimed.
stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube, there's standards. Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
Mr.
of
Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use.
I'll be completely real. It is kind of weird to see Hasan debate so poorly, especially being in this space. I thought he would be a lot better.
Is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get
Of course
your
I care about
high-powered
my
attorney
monetization
to fucking
status.
sue them and make demands about how they
Just
have
do
to
fair use, man.
release
Yeah.
information about their.
All right, hold on. If they were if Hasan is being disingenuous here about the fact that they were just taking his stuff, not changing any of it, and then reposting it to try and take views, that does not fall within fair use. So what he's doing there by saying, oh, you used to be the fair use guy, why would you even think about doing this? Because that doesn't fall within fair use. If somebody was doing that to you, which your fan channels seem to do a lot, and you just don't seem to like care, or I don't know, like, I'll be fucking real. Because of the TOS in the way that I understand it, I would go after somebody for just blatantly stealing my stuff, and I would have good reason to.
Let me play this for a minute.
You have to transform the content. That's the whole purpose.
Then we'll move on.
All right, play.
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible.
No wonder why he never wanted to debate Vosh. Imagine that debate. I actually now kind of get it.
It's so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's keep it going.
Man,
No, I love this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep
What just
playing
happened?
it.
Sorry.
I just missed that.
I don't know where the audio went.
Oh, he knocked over his mic.
Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, what's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that half the MSM was chasing.
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate? Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said they're
No,
cool.
you asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about what? Do you think?
Jews,
what was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace.
Is that
and
right?
They look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck. What are you talking about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about, dipshit? Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
Mask off. Boom.
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
Just said it.
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you.
Oh, sorry. What the hell just happened there?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped and for what reason.
You say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
First of all, the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he
so
fucking stabbed civilians? Doesn't that happen?
The process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank, Ethan?
Do Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not.
The thing is, technically, if you were flipping it from left to right, then what you're doing is considered within fair use.
Do Palestinian terrorists ever commit violence on civilians that would warrant them being arrested?
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person or this raid.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that have also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Gila, whatever. Who
Well,
cares?
it just belies some really bizarre
random
thing.
shit.
It's not
Stop
random at all.
hyper-focusing
It
on
says
random
a
shit.
lot.
Listen to my words.
Bro,
Listen to my words.
It's so
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes. As
I am fair use, man.
long as they recognize that that was wrong.
I
What
see
I
that
take
you have
issue
been
with
copyright
is consistently
I see you
defending
have a copyright
Israel.
strike. Let me see.
You have
This falls
also
within fair use,
participated in the
use,
defense of
man.
Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who
mandate.
is
Hold
supposed
on.
to be able to resist against this genocide?
Hold the
Do
phone.
you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options.
Yeah.
1, religious exemption. 2, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with
What'd
how
she
she
say now that's
reflects on
wrong?
that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well,
Those
listen,
are real
you
human
can talk
beings
to you
that
can
are
talk
getting
to her,
kidnapped.
debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a
podcast.
question. Hassan,
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
she
to
was
let me
bored. She had
talk.
a
The fact
secretary
that you're
job.
just
It's
talking
mandatory
over me
conscription.
and
It was an
being
adventure
louder
for
does not
her.
mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay, it's
volunteered.
good to listen to what I have to say. She's part
Okay.
of
Is it a
mandatory
lie?
conscription.
Did Gila
You're-
not volunteer? Did Gila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't
Okay.
know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the
Oh, so
raid
he
was
could have
for.
been he could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster. Is what
Yeah.
you're
What if he
saying.
killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay. So why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a
Ethan.
car
It's
and
not
didn't even
complicated
leave
at
it
all.
and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
Are you
I
upset if this
understand the
person
importance of
killed like
social
a
conditioning.
child?
If
What-
she
Would you be
were-
upset if this
if
person
she
they
were to
arrested
talk
like
about-
stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking
If she
about.
were to talk about
Okay,
how
fine. My
fucked
wife's a
up that
terrorist,
was-
bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No,
If she
my
were to
wife
talk
is
about
a
how
terrorist.
fucked up that
Very
is,
good.
as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
Just like Frogan
former
says,
IDF
only
vets
I don't hate
that are
only the
part of
ones that
breaking the
regret
silence
it.
talk about, I would have no
Do you
issue
hope-
with her.
do you hope she gets
wanna know why?
PTSD
Because I
too?
understand people can change.
I'm not.
Okay?
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, we neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there,
Okay,
she is not
she's a
supposed to be there.
terrorist.
It does not matter.
Yes.
Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That
I
is
don't
an
think
act
she
of
knew
terror.
what they were doing.
And as a matter of fact, what
I
she
don't think she knew what
participated
they were
in-
doing or where they were going.
What she participated
I don't
in
think she
is
knew
called
where
a
they
night
were
raid.
going or what they were
What
doing.
she participated in
Okay,
is
she's a
called
terrorist, bro.
night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
The
like
reason
just
why
so-
the reason why the Israeli occupying force
Oh
the
my
reason why the
God,
Israeli
dude.
occupying force
People wanna watch
participates in
this.
these night raids in the West
You're making
Bank
this unwatchable.
is to
Let's
create
just-
a constant feeling of
It's
terror.
not talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand
The
that.
reason why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating yourself.
participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't
upon the
condone it.
Palestinians
She was
who are
19. She
there
was doing
in their
military
own land.
conscription. She
Listen
didn't
to
know where
me.
they were going or what they were
Listen to
doing.
me.
Okay,
Listen
thank
to
you.
me.
I'm
Listen to
listening,
me.
but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you
The reason why
you
the
got to
reason
move
why
on.
I
want to have
know the reason why I know
Hassan,
that. Do you want to
gotta
know why
stop.
I know that?
Do you want this to
wanna
be
know why I know
unwatchable? Is that
that?
what you want?
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm
is
take that
because
as a
of
yes.
Breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Hila could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States
This
government?
is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking
Why don't
fight
you go to
against this
jail?
goddamn government
Well,
doing
why
this
don't you
shit every
stand up
day.
for your hold on? Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Yeah.
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not actually
He
stop.
kind of got you there,
The
dude.
reason why I'm saying
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Gila's
fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just 19 years old. I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What did she
says
say?
the Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that everything's black and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's a fucking terrorist
who
says he wants to kill Jews.
Also doesn't see
that
it,
you said
and
like
that's
Anne
why
Frank.
you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my God,
your
bro!
Wife,
Please, I want this to be watchable. Okay, let's move on, please. Thank you.
Okay.
You made your point. You made your point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke.
There was more.
You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
to
to
1948 countries
just to give the whole context.
Expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke.
I'll be
for
honest.
the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you. Okay. So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the exaggeration?
By killing them,
No, this isn't a comparison
by massacring them.
What was
and
the
then,
fucking hell,
and then
bro? You are
letting
incapable
survivors
of answering
tell the tale.
anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
you're not
answer it. What are we doing?
It. You're not. You're just going on and on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
about
sit the fuck down and listen to the history lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now. Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens. And then the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as the Nakba.
What the fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people?
How is it not?
Leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made deals
many left
with
voluntarily?
Either Israel or France.
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're lying and you're fucking dead wrong. Let me. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-KLEIN killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my God!
Is
please.
an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Binet.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government, benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you,
Hassan.
Hassan.
Arrive at that conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before
right
the
as
bombs
Israel
went
was
off,
being established.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the idea
So let me hear what Avi. Okay, so
you like Israel.
Yeah, you're
what
a liar.
You
you're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually said.
My research, I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masuda Shem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
Nope, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
If all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, "We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe." He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about
the problem with Hassan has is reactionaries' only tactics is to get a concession, then to expand their concession into invalidating the entire hypothesis. So OFC Hassan can be defensive to a false
time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan,
he said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not. That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does.
with what I said.
Hold on.
No. Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that?
Ethan,
explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up obviously on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
Zionist out of your mind
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot.
Actually fucking
you are so out of your mind.
And then Iraqis,
dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what you think?
Were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are
Hasan,
not one-minded.
you coward.
That there
you
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons.
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses. They had homes that they were forced to abandon to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
that has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass.
Palestine, Ethan.
What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So are you blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi
one...
Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not
yes,
comprehending
you are.
my point.
They left.
I've never justified
because
that.
Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong.
I have openly recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over them, genius.
And their pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's go over them.
Designed
in Egypt,
mostly by Western
you want to
nations.
talk facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
in
you don't
Egypt.
know. You got fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to ad hom?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked
You're
plenty.
supposed to be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you can do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead. But that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do
to
with
return?
that. They were forced to go there by the Arab
one
countries.
Of these countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their
we're at 4-2-0 in the program. Fire them up.
Their own.
It's time to listen, Hasan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying the Nakba.
You are packaging them together.
No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running
you're
of
fucking
discrimination.
Racist I don't discredit the plight.
But I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not justifying that at all.
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that
why did they leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave? I
don't think you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years. That's great. Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the war,
my God.
After the war, Okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of the Israel...
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms. Others were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically proven
wait,
liar.
do you think that Jews,
and I feel
I just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned into saying liar
the amount
that you're undermining your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948...
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is an insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews.
That's my point.
Injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct violence. Direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews were expelled
from other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Hold on. Are you blaming the Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them?
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries are other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So
of
making
course
this
not. That's why it's anti-Semitic.
Welcome headphones, please. I appreciate you.
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
So my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an example.
What is wrong about that?
Half of these countries
what
that
is
you're
wrong with
pointing
what I
to in
just
the
said?
time when Jews were leaving were literally
Hasan, please, you gotta fucking answer a question.
French, by the English and French colonial occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Go ahead. My God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe, Ethan.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make this comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their home?
The Armenian genocide, right? The Turkish... The Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence and as a
equally dispelled, or Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct
same fucking thing that that's the way that it was taught in the past. That it was a
by the way, did you say
necessary voluntary migration?
By the way, did you? Because oh my God, bro, did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like. Would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. And Tripoli.
Wait.
Anti-Jewish riots broke out amid post-war unrest. Synagogues were burned. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948, in northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the state of independence, the state of Israel on May 14, 1948. Anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed. Many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damaged and destroyed. In 1950, 1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959. But before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that
I'm not defending the Nakba
from separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and the Israelis' right to have secure borders.
Zionism
as long as you ignore that, there will always be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000.
It's so interesting
50,000 were relocated in Tunisia. 130,000 after
the PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh,
quote,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip." They didn't send you that fucking piece of information?
Dude,
so the PLO, Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was the one who didn't want that to happen.
You deny the flight of Middle Eastern Jews.
Why is that the case, Ethan?
No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight, Ethan.
You absolutely deny the trauma.
You are attributing.
No, you deny that they left by. You've tried to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
There are Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
that is
some
true.
did. Of the 900,000, the vast majority left because they were afraid. Because they were being discriminated against. That is a historical fact. 6-day war aftermath.
Have you ever actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God! You have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're
I have heard you talk about it time and time again.
That I don't actually believe.
Bro, you
don't expect him to just go watch your stuff to get the fucking
not
education.
Acknowledging the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews. You characterize it like they left.
Have you ever listened?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because of Zion. Here's the clip.
Over and over again. But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here, so you can fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still gonna think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen if you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Rock. Okay, thank you. The Iraqi Jews, because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project, Zionist ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel, or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main force.
No, I'm dismissive about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted. And that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
Because it was a mutually beneficial relationship.
Minuscule.
That anti-Semitic pogroms.
Minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity. Because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created a million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the War of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up
Do you deny what I just said?
Wait, say
do
it again.
you deny what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
There you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean, you can...
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking chirping on. That was my entire point.
It's historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to use him when it's convenient, he left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yeah, fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan, remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and anti-Semitism?
Absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you literally what happened.
It's historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
How do you know that it's not real? Shifting the blame over to the entirety of Arabs
was the blame of the Arabs.
When every single one of these Arab countries,
who
their
else kicked
own
them
version
out?
of pan-Arabic nationalism,
they kicked them
half
out.
of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in Tunisia.
The Moroccan expulsion program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
It's like pointing to anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact, right, that proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Saying.
Oh, really?
It's not what you're saying.
So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong.
Comparison.
I didn't say anything wrong, but I'm racist.
It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any fucking anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment. That also
were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave
regardless of whether or not
Zionism
they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave because of
anti? It is not comparable to the Nakba.
I don't care. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them. And by the way, they're both
talking about. You made that comparison unique. To say to make it seem as though it was a much larger
no, because
crime
people like you ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
Yes, they can.
Okay, how? Tell me how.
Can.
How did the Jews go back to their...
They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to, because America fucking invaded and destroyed Iraq. But yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed
and by the way, how did they become citizens?
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So, yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away from this point.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba. I'm talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
And you brought that up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why would you? So what? Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized.
I think that comparison is disgusting.
There was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. Unlike you, acknowledge both
all lives
groups.
Mattering the Nakba,
I acknowledge
Ethan.
both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing, and you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
at the same time following 1948 pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948 and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. They became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, fuck no, we don't want this country here. And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you denied.
You also failed to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many
Jewish
people?
I think 0 right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Also eating
my virtually none. Where'd they go?
Why would Iraq
I'll be honest. I thought this was only going to be about 2 hours long, and I was going to do like a wrap up. But
so fucking great for them.
It's really hard to what I'm doing here is pausing it and then also doing the mute.
Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
And,
0 Jews. Almost virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed
there you
by
go.
a lot of Western
That's
states
the
as a direct
insane fucking
destabilizer in the
sweeping
fucking
that
region,
you're
with
discrediting.
mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in.
I needed food.
Was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability.
All right, real quick. You ever have that where you don't realize how hungry you were until that first bite and like, oh my God, my body was just like, what were you doing?
State, of course, is partially a consequence of the
You want
other
to blame,
countries and
you
the
want to blame
hostility that people
Zionists.
felt towards
You don't
Jewish
want to blame
people.
the Arabs.
But this
okay?
in and of itself,
just a
in and of
fact.
itself is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you
That's
do
what the
that all
Arabs
the
did when they
time.
kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are
That's
you
my
blaming
point.
why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist?
You agree?
Why do you
You're
deny
doing
the
it again,
Jewish
the
trauma?
fucking Arabs.
Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by
Ethan,
the
let me
way,
ask you a question.
what you keep ignoring,
Here, I'm
Avi
gonna give you a
Schleim.
quick
Avi
question,
Schleim
quick
said we
question,
didn't leave
quick
Iraq
question,
because
quick question,
we were Zionists.
quick
We left
question.
because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer
Which
such a
nation?
stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Anytime
that.
you want to make your point, I would appreciate.
What?
I would appreciate if
Wait,
you.
what is happening, dude? Dude, when you already okay, here, whatever. You said
I would appreciate
already
if you would
that
just
you
listen
already
to one
said-
thing
you
I would
already
say.
said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened,
Thank
right?
you.
You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent,
Okay,
unlike your
whatever.
dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually
I'm fabulous, bitch.
put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe. All of Europe is responsible
was
for
there
the Holocaust.
concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one
None-
thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay? Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his
God.
family's trauma
Okay.
on
will
Zionists.
you talk to him?
And
will
not,
you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to
Would
agree
you-
with me.
if
I
you're
read
so
it from his
confident-
fucking
If you're so
book.
confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So I listen.
No,
I'm
you
gonna.
should. You should
I'll
talk to him
debate all
and
these
Norm
people instead of
Finkelstein.
you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go,
Mm-hmm.
which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watched it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't
okay?
think don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of
I
having a
said
conversation with
anytime
me. I
you
don't give
want,
a fuck about
dipshit.
watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm
You watch
afraid of
11
watching your
hate
fucking
videos on
YouTube
your
video.
channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the
made
coward?
The hate videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are
Hasan,
the one
just
who's
remember,
doing it.
when criticism comes,
You're the one making the
I confront
content,
it.
you
Well, thank you for
When
backtracking
criticism
on at
comes
least
to
7 of the
you,
points.
you
Maybe we
hide
should
from
go
it.
through the context puke one more time.
As someone who literally responded
so
to
we
it.
can
Well, if you want to watch
we can
it,
continue this conversation later.
If you
Okay.
listen, if you
I'll
want to
hold your
watch
hand
it,
through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
no, it is
wouldn't-
definitely
because
because
I
you're
wouldn't watch
afraid.
it.
Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Empanada, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch
literally-
criticism of me. You fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you, because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Empanada's video about you? You watched all of it.
You
Bro,
did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
You're changing the 24 hours, bro.
That you didn't even recognize.
You need
who
to
you
at
have
least
become.
admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24
you
hours in the last 2
posted
months.
Just on your own personal
We've
Instagram
talked about each other
stories
equally as much,
since
bro.
January
This whole
31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you
that's
don't even believe your own mania.
Hassan,
please, for the love of God,
Hassan,
if
you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that sound fucking reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian
How much time do you
voices.
think it makes an
That's
Instagram
why.
story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a Bad Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He
My
sucks.
fans are
Please
fine,
stop
bro.
talking
Don't worry
it."
about my
and
fans.
The entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty
As though
drama.
it's
You are
petty
deeply
drama,
anti-Semitic,
even though it is
hateful,
a
fucking
real
propagandist
issue that
liar.
took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said
you don't
that.
want anyone
I've
to
said
fucking
that
resist
consistently
against
for
it.
years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable
Oh,
position.
you mean
It
kidnapping
makes
civilians?
No
You're
sense.
so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time
proven that
when
today.
the Trump administration, at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's
How
bad
do you not
happening. Don't call
understand
me
that?
out. That's
How do
just
you
bad
not
happening. Don't call me
understand?
out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not
Why didn't you watch the Bad
understand
Empanada video?
that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember,
You're playing
everybody
a formative
watching.
role when you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gaza.
By the way, I
You
advocated
are
for
not-
Kamala to get elected. What'd you do? I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
Did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and
Congratulations
Trump
for
would have been
advocating for
equally
Kamala.
bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe
What did
Biden,
I
it's
do?
Kamala
Well,
Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC,
It's
but I
not-
actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism
And
to
then
the
got
Democratic
kicked out,
Party
by
that they
the way.
didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out
and
of the
because
DNC?
they didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about
Who did you-
that?
I don't
Why
know.
the
Who did
fuck
you-
do you keep
Can
saying
we?
I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did
I
you
have
vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I
I've
said I
told
think
people
you did.
not to vote for Trump.
I
I've
said-
said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein
Yeah,
a
you
grifter
didn't endorse
over
her.
and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
And you didn't
kept
say
lying
who
to your
for.
audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and
I
you
think.
kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never
Who'd you
been a
vote
moment where I
for?
said, do
Who
not
did you vote for?
Yeah, right.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your
Oh,
audience
you don't
that
have
would.
a problem. You don't have a problem.
Why
with
didn't you
that.
endorse
Why
her
the
then?
fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said
Huh?
I think because you didn't say who
Oh,
you
you
voted
think?
for.
Oh,
yeah,
you
that's
think?
what I said. It's an
Oh,
opinion.
you think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala
But you
Harris.
voted for her.
And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's
because
president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know
Trump's
why?
building the
This is fucking
Riviera in
embarrassing
Gaza Strip,
that
and guess
they
what? You
did-
fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the
As
trauma
opposed
of
to
both
you.
sides.
As
Two
opposed
things
to
must
you,
always be
Ethan.
true.
How much
Hassan.
content have you made about Donald
Trump. How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime.
Actually,
what the fuck are you talking about? And then you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and come back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance? Okay? Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the shit.
Did you watch my interview with him,
saying,
you
like
fucking dipshit? That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
You're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending
you were just on Steiny's podcast, you hypocrite.
Is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny.
Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time. And that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And it's all written by Destiny, right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffes, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it.
Very good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanadas videos about you?
Is there a recap?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was criticizing you.
Palestine,
oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hassan.
difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm
because
out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Or Nady. I'm not sure which one.
Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Schleim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
A 40-year-old man who needs a fucking button when he has like a little oopsie moment is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to explain to you what was going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
Private, Ethan.
Why did you lower his status?
Because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen,
I can't hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember,
apartheid.
When it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes.
Nelson
Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then you're going to say the violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to
Hassan, how many civilians died in the 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to
when Daddy Sam Cedar can't reason with you? There's no hope.
76 years of colonial occupation.
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
numbers
apartheid
are
all
larger,
the time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first intifada was fought with stones,
You're just bringing random shit up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like yeah, because
No, they didn't.
apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, that gives me a lot of hope in humanity. I mean,
not once, but twice.
What's Hamas doing for liberation?
I'm trying to like pay for my mom's memorial fund, and this bitch, she makes 420K because she literally said N-word, like the N-word, to a bunch of autistic like kids, and then like was outed on video and got fired. Yeah. I'm thinking that maybe just like this is the kind of stuff that really does make me just go like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
On principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle. He said, I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide.
Yes, that was the
he
first
said
time.
no
And in both
times. He refused on principle. Less than 100 people died during the 20-year period. They never, anyone that attacked civilians, they were disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on
When
one
did they do
fucking
that?
day.
No, 1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
No, there was like,
civilians.
bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200,
Yeah.
with
Sorry to hear
800
about
being
that.
civilians, which is completely
Oh my
unacceptable,
God,
mind
I'm
you,
off
and
by
400 being
100.
military
I was
members.
off by 100.
I appreciate the condolences. Thank you.
Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made a
idiot.
big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes,
I
I
was
do think it's
virtually
important
correct.
to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused.
It's all a big fucking joke.
To disavow violence because he understood that as long as
Sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said
that
he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
violent revolution
pacifist.
They did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the
Was
way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela a
incomprehensible
Zionist?
to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is far
Zionist?
worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment.
Zionist Mandela. Oh my God. Michael Brooks would be making this a thing right now.
What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is
We must bring about the end of the world.
infinitely worse.
Well, let's
And
ask
that is
someone that
not
lived
my
through
assessment,
apartheid.
by the way. That is the assessment of Mandela.
We must have the one Jewish state.
And for all the, for all of the moments that he was
You
able
think
to
Mandela
see.
said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit.
Oh my God.
Why would he say that?
I miss
That's not your
Michael
Why
life.
would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He
speech
said more
that you're
than
going to
that.
fucking clip, champ.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait,
Yeah,
what are you
Yeah,
talking about? Whoa, whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right
What?
of Israel to exist as a state legally.
Well, that sucks. I can't do a Nelson Mandela impression anyway. I can't roll my R's.
We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Israel has a right to exist, not in the way that it currently does.
With insecure borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian liberation and Israeli borders are two sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be acknowledged.
What'd he say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp that you posted, Ethan?
You saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No,
because it doesn't
he's
suit your
a
fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking philosophically.
Yes, you just did.
He's talking philosophically.
You just did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever.
Didn't.
There are numerous instances
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you're talking about Hezbollah.
I mean, I gave you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think the philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
Ready for rebellion, by the way.
Sabotage and giving government infrastructure.
Was a warning to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
the fact
Israel?
That you are
because
so
that
willing.
Same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle. That Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced.
No, he's wearing the cone of shame. He was itching a little too hard today.
In apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think
it's a reusable cone.
Your fucking argument is so stupid. And the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse
Why are they making it worse?
You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic.
Yeah.
Unlike me, I'm willing to criticize the Israeli government. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to make to
and what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan,
their
I
goal
don't
was to
agree
kill
with
civilians.
The tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just saying, Hamas is a bunch of fucking
17 months of fucking genocide. Right. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make. One day.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chip, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fledged opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type of guy?
When did I say that? When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions as opposed to you said that on numerous occasions before someone told you, no, actually, here's a better way to massage that narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians.
Thank you for the $2 donation, Mitesh, and Stan, thanks you too.
That's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean, you're
going to do great. You're going to do great. Yeah, go ahead
Ethan,
and grab
you literally said he was a pacifist.
I never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
that is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're, once again, a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish refugees.
Nelson Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999 that I was referring to. Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians.
His approach for the 5 gifted
is vastly different than what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
Carlitos, if you do not already have the option to accept gifted memberships, make sure you just hit that super thanks button and you will be gifted a membership.
I don't know. Let's fucking...
You got to be subscribed.
Dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do I think Nelson
like
Mandela would be in
sabotage.
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing a genocide because Palestinians are not resisting
Less than
in the appropriate
100 civilians died in a 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But
I am 800. You're right. You know what?
Well,
That's better.
It's seemingly important. You're the one who's bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay.
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Well, then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan.
Then why
because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure, and they would have done everything bad that's ever happened.
So you guys know, every time I do link the Discord, it's a personal invite.
In the world.
Wait, do you know why I said?
But it's like a portal that just opened up. So I just like Doctor Stranged it, like it's the Marvel portal. But you got to get through the portal real quick. Once it's gone, it's gone. It's my sling ring.
No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
It's like a healthy way
it's
to
5
maintain
o'clock.
my
I'm
power
not doing
dynamic.
this, okay, you can tell me or you cannot. You want it to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah. And when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5 o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more? You want to drum up
my coworkers. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
they
Bad
are what
Empanada
makes the
called
show
AB
great.
a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos a lot.
Why are you bringing up Bad Empanada? Do you think I agree with everything he says? No, of course not.
You endorse him.
Ethan,
all right,
I've
we gotta
endorsed
go.
his
You promote
YouTube
him all the
video
time. That's a
essays
fact.
that I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen,
endorse
stop being a coward and watch
methods
watch
or
some fair
opinions
criticism.
overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you are not afraid.
This was pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
I think it was.
I actually do.
Surprisingly,
I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here,
like
and
Ethan
I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will maybe I will watch the Context Puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk about it.
Maybe I will watch
the
Context Puke live, as a matter of
Yes,
fact,
please
not in
do.
a cowardly way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is somehow less fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
no, dude. What's cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument. I'm destroying him.
Watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is, I
don't know if you know this, but last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
I know. You fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you surprised that I didn't like Ian's video?
Ooh, nice.
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, that's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They lost $250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan, if you keep chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect.
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke,
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll
and then we can discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I never looked.
Saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
Hasan's was higher.
Yeah.
Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
we got up to about 100K. So
well, we're gonna have to do. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure, Ethan. Please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here, and that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after,
and you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
Dude, shut up. Just let
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay, well, I guess we'll wait and see. Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure
it's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night.
I told you it's not the swastika.
Hasan.
All right,
I gotta go.
You too, buddy.
Take care, bud.
All right.
Old
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Friends. Together.
It looks like the CIA's got you pushing too many pencils.
Relax.
Bye, Hasan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we all still love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that.
Oh boy, I gotta split this one.
I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening, but I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Idiot, what idiot?
He sure is crushing Hasan.
I'm so tired.
How long was that going on for?
4 hours. We're going on 5 hours here.
Somebody were constantly sweeping for.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was trying to lose, like, at the end tail of that. It's like, dude, I can't do
I could tell you were fading a little bit.
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was like denying obvious, blatant shit and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy talk. I also liked how he like
you were blubbering or something.
Whatever. People will analyze this.
Yeah, I'd say both sides got the clips they wanted.
I think at this point,
that's the end.
That's kind of the thing, right? It's like anything. Both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes. So, what can you do?
Yeah.
Just keep doing it because the views are great, right, Hasan? Hasan's got to.
I'm just saying.
Come on.
He's got to pay. He's got to pay for that chicken and someone to make it for him too. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for watching. Thank you to the awesome, loyal, genius,
Dan is just
caring 100,000 that watched
He's
on
the
our
reason
stream,
that I
not
have
Hasan's.
maintained being able to watch as much like
So
H3
important.
content, even before
And
Ethan's crash out. Like I'll be
I don't know.
honest,
I
Dan
don't know if that
always
was
kind
what
of
y'all
the man.
wanted, but it is what it is.
Daba Booey is
People are
what I've
saying
always
I
called
won.
him because
Dan
he
won?
is Ethan's Baba
Would you stop
Booey,
babying me,
but, you know,
Dan?
Daba Booey. Come on. It's, not the most clever thing, but it's fun. Daba Booey.
All right.
Alrighty.
It's Friday.
It is Friday.
Have a good night.
Daba Booey, Daba Booey. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's bring Hasan.
Simultaneously showcasing
Why is
the
this so
fact
low?
that I also recognize the instance where
If you guys can't hear it,
there
that is
a
because Twitch is
verifiable
messed up.
victim, which there's an instance where there's a verifiable victim which he kept fucking like open.
I gotta make myself
recognizing I
huge because of
recognized,
his
but then still
stupid
turned around
chat.
for some weird reason and acted like I didn't. I don't know why he did that. That was weird. He also
Volume's
said
low.
He would
Here.
see Anne Frank differently if she took up arms. So I don't know what
Got
the
it at
fuck that was
100.
about. That was definitely not great.
Give me 1 second. Here, you know what? Maybe if I just reload it. Give me 1 second.
When Ethan just goes, "How did you feel when your friends were doing Fortnite dances in the iDubbbz video?" Yeah, I thought his I thought his counters were so fucking childish too. The whole like armpit shit. Oh my god, PFD was watching too. Let's go. Which side are you on? Civility. Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize.
All right.
Also, you didn't really get to the one state, two state, which is the main disagreement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he said Israel's doing a genocide, which, you know, I think made it
Yeah, but
increasingly dumber.
that
for
was
him to
never
be
in
like, "He's
contention
doing a
as far
genocide,
as
but
that.
also
I
you
mean,
can't
oh my
resist
god.
against it."
I want to be able to give a
You know,
more nuanced take on this because honestly, like after sitting with that, Jesus. But in the wrap up, I got to say, as far as who won, I don't think that either of them really did. I think that they both kind of came out looking a little bit worse for some of their positions. It was kind of nice to hear some capitulation for like at least Ethan, like he was saying, at least Ethan just like said it outright. But there was so many of those like little moments where Ethan just kept going and just being like, yeah. And then the trying to just to catch him. All of like those little moments, and the armpit hair thing was shitty, and then like some of the little jabs. Man. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be revisiting that. God. And I'm gonna be clipping the shit out of whatever I can with that one. 5 hours. Jeez. High school optics. It was not much different. I got to be honest, man. I've done like high school debate, and like I was also just in, high school. That was very high school. Yeah, at least the scorned lover thing did kind of like, that's a little bit calmed down, I think, on Ethan's side. Now it is just, yeah, it's a battle amongst friends. Well, ex-friends. The thing is, Ethan was just so unwilling to capitulate in the beginning there, and then when he started to, it was already too late. And Hasan, that was my big gripe with Hasan, was that he wasn't willing to see any points of view from Ethan, or just admit that he was wrong on certain things. So I gotta say that was a lot, but we will be revisiting it. All right. Oh, the segment is wrapped up as far as being recorded. All right. Now this is for not having on on my recorded file. Jeez, dude. This is gonna take up so much memory. You know what? Here, I should probably just do this. I've only been here for like the past hour and a half. Lucky you. Yeah, I have been here for the whole thing. Holy shit. Here, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer that video to external. So that was a lot. All right. Oh, let's chill. How's it? All right. Let's get some of your takes. All right, guys. Because I was reading a lot of the chat. But realistically, like, I am a little disappointed that they didn't get to the one state, two state solution the way that, like, that was like, they kind of wrapped it up. That's their most contentious point of disagreement, but would have liked to see that, but yeah. All right, so real quick, I just wanted to show popped in here talking about Godzilla. I think it was PP Jackson. Either way. So check this out. Godzilla met Spider-Man, and it was not just any Spider-Man. It was when Spider-Man had the symbiote. So something really cool happened. Spoiler alert if you read. But check it out. Dude, Venomized Godzilla was not something I had on my list. So how cool is that? Also, this just came out. He takes on Los Angeles, going on a U.S. tour. I'm excited. Gotta love some good old Godzilla comic books or whatever media. The idea of a giant monster just taking everything down at this point. Very appealing. And I'm talking like an actual kaiju. I'm not talking this guy, you know, the most charismatic. The dude, I actually said this the other day and I meant it. It'd be embarrassing if Trump was the Antichrist. It's like, really? That fucking guy? That guy? Spideyzilla, it's so cool. Dude. Oh man, if they make a statue of that, I'm sorry. I know it's one of those things that I will chase because damn, it's cool. The idea that he got venomized, it's like if you told a 13-year-old Pep that was gonna happen, that's all I would have drawn for probably 2 years. Just especially if it never came out, I'd just be like, look, I'm conceptualizing it, guys. I heard about it. It's coming. It's coming soon. Speaking of the entire run of Godzilla comics, boom, they got a new, they're restarting it at a new #1, so that's cool. I'm pretty happy about that. Wahahaha, Lucifer, bound to have more gravitas for Riru. Yeah, man. Again, like, what do you mean I'm the most charismatic man alive? Everybody poops their pants. Everybody also tanks the economy before they try to make their grand scheme to be an authoritarian leader. Somebody even said it there, just like, I don't know. I kind of have like, at least he is bad at this. At least he is stupid. Like, because, dude, if he was competent, this would be way worse. Like, think about it. God, could you imagine if him and Dick Cheney had, like, teamed up? Oh, that would have been the worst. The old 80s ones with the giant robot and the battle blimp. Oh, wow. Yeah, you got the 80s run. When Godzilla was green. He's never been green to me. Well, I take that back. Godzilla 2000, he was green. Or was it? Well, I think it was the Millennium one. Yeah, no, it was the one after that. Well, I'm such a dork. Whatever. The real thing is, do you like the Heisei or the Showa era better? That's my big take. Was wondering if Trump was tanking the economy on purpose so he can take credit for the rebound. I think so, honestly. That would make sense. So they like he can gift everybody like that everything that they want as far as the billionaires. He can give them the tax cuts, and then he can be the hero of. That's why he keeps doubling down and calling it the Biden economy. I mean, that makes sense. Like as stupid as it is, because unfortunately, I just even the people that I talk to, they are saying like inflation down. They're not feeling the stress of what we're feeling because they're not paying attention to the news. They're not paying attention to the shortages. And I was just Carlitos actually just saw this. Well, I think the last cargo ship from China has come and gone. I actually know that for a fact. Unfortunately, the guest I was supposed to have on tonight had to cancel because their last day of like hard work was today with all the new cargo coming in. And she even said, she's like, yeah, next week it ain't looking good. And people aren't like, now people, because Trump is doing the Trump shit, they're not panicking. And like the people who were panic buying during COVID are totally ignoring this. Trust me. But like once Fox News covers it, watch all the shelves clear. I'm telling you. I'm calling it right now. You can go back to this moment in the stream. Where am I? 5 hours and 26 minutes into the stream on Friday. Pat Talk said it, that if Fox News starts covering the empty shelves, we're going to start seeing real empty shelves. I also have the old series where the evil mastermind travels Godzilla through time, causes a bunch of historical disasters. Nice. Actually, I just got this one. I'm trying to complete the series. This is really cool, like the entire concept. Godzilla, Here There Be Dragons. It's what if Godzilla was literally there during the pirate days. Yeah, how cool is that? Plus, one of the more underrated kaijus actually gets an appearance in that I'm happy about, and that's Ibara, the giant lobster. I have always, for some reason, enjoyed that movie because it was more realistic to me as a kid. Where I was just like, I could see a giant lobster. I don't know why I talked like a port worker, but I did. Hey, Dad, you got those smokes? You know what? I'm gonna go sit down with my Godzilla toys. You know what? I'm gonna do a swerve today. I'm gonna give the win to King Ghidorah. Like I was a shady wrestling promoter with my Godzilla toys. All right, King Ghidorah, you're going over. Here's the deal, though. When we do all the destruction, there's going to be a part 2. He's going to come back through the volcano. All right, shoot. I have a bunch of the 80s and 90s Godzilla stuff. I still think Godzilla 85 was a good movie. I love Godzilla 85. Who thought Godzilla 85 was a bad movie? I love it. It's so good. Like, I loved his redesign. I love the fact that it went back to, like, its roots, literally. Like, I never minded the retcons, and I also like the 2000 movies, even though they're kind of, you know, a little hokey as far as, I mean, okay, to say a Godzilla movie's hokey, I know what I'm saying, but some people think that suit was kind of cheesy. Really? Well, I think because around that point they wanted, like, I don't know, because I think Aliens was right then, or yeah, Alien had already come out, so they had seen some really impressive costume designs that were going to make it look a little dated, but I never thought it looked dated. I mean, as a kid, I bought into it because, like, the little things mattered to me. Seeing his eyes move and, like, things like that actually brought more life to him, so I always was like, oh, look. Yeah, the one from the 90s, though, like specifically Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. Damn, that's a good movie. Makaji. 2000s was kind of heavy on the corn. It was, but it was fun because it was like an anime. I didn't mind like the, you know, the G-Force and all that. I didn't mind it. Oh, that was Makaji. Although that one has like one of the best movies. Is the it's essentially like the Destroy All Monsters remake, where they bring Mothra, King Ghidorah, Godzilla. It's a really good fucking movie. Oh, Baragon. He's the one that gets like always forgotten about, or it's just like, oh yeah, Baragon's in that movie. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm a complete nerd. Like, and I mean, I'm an OG. Read those comic books, watch those Godzilla movies, and watch some wrestling. Some good old WWE, AEW. I like my stupid escapism. Honest to God, that's what, like, I was so tuned into what I was like into as a kid that I think that's the reason that I've always maintained like my interest in it, is because I knew it was escapism. Biollante is a good one. That's underrated. That's one of the most underrated ones. And Biollante is one of the best like looking monsters that they've ever done. It just sucks because it's one of the ones that, like, as an artist, I couldn't draw it properly, like, ever, because you never really got a good look at it until it's like final form. So yeah, it was kind of annoying. Actually, Destroya had the same thing for me. I gotta be honest, Destroya's second to final form is one of my favorite designs, but I hate the fact that it like had the mutations it did and then it broke into like the smaller monsters. I hated that. I really did. But let's be real, Burning Godzilla was one of the coolest things ever. The fact that the entire movie is set to him as like about to explode. Like, I don't know. I love that movie. Just don't like the monster all that much. Sorry, guys. As I said, I tried to stun lock on Godzilla too hard, even though he is so cool. The new movie, -1, is one of my favorite movies of all time. Easily of all time. It's a good fucking movie. Actually, one of my favorite things that happened before my mom passed was she was able to see that movie, and my mom hated Godzilla films, and she always... She thought it was one of the dumber things, and she tried, like, it sucks because I think back to this and my mom was kind of shitty in this way where she tried to ruin it for me, where it's like, isn't it kind of hokey? It's like, you know what, I got my imagination. She never got it until -1, and then she it was funny because she didn't, like, that's the thing that sucks, she didn't see it with me, but she called me afterwards and she was like, that was actually a really good movie. I was just like, yeah, it was. Oh, I saw it 4 times in theaters, twice in color and twice in black and white. As I said, I'm a dork. I still need to watch the new Gundam series, though, that I have totally fallen behind on a few things, and that's one of them. So I got to see that. I haven't watched Andor yet. I got to watch something else I'm missing. I feel like it's an Amazon show. Whatever. All right, guys. What are we watching now? What are we doing? We're chilling out. I went on a Godzilla stunlock after that whole Ethan Klein thing, and now I'm kind of doubling back. Let's see. I need to do this recap. Because there was a few times that legit HASAN did, like, make Ethan look kind of bad. At the end there, you could see it though with the crew. Holy shit, they were done, man. Oh, that was kind of funny. They were just like, wait, this was essentially 5 hours of us not being able to save our boss, because I don't think that they necessarily agreed with Ethan on a lot of shit, specifically in the way that he was approaching it. And the gotchas, the so many gotchas that were not gotchas. Oh. All right, what's Angry Ginger doing tonight? Let's take a look at his stream. Titus, he's watching the Titus video. It's a good one. Somebody had told me to watch that. Christopher Titus has always been an interesting guy. Small maker prices. Oh, the Fetterman thing. I actually wanted to do that too. Intelligentsia. Wait. Stephen Miller's favorite to be Trump's national security advisor. Oh, God. Fetterman allegedly walked into traffic and was almost hit by a car in 2023. Fetterman's wife tearfully pleaded to him to alter his stance on Gaza. Fetterman began to neglect his strict medical regime following a mental health episode. Staffers wouldn't let anyone see Fetterman for some days for fear of him saying really effed up stuff. Fetterman said, "Kill them all." Oh my god. Okay, so this was a little bit worse than I thought. Alright, let's do it. Fetterman's always been, yeah, the Fetterman health thing's crazy. Alright, here. Over this. Mediate. Alright, I'm gonna do an intro for this one, guys, just so you know. Alright, guys. Well, we got the shocking expose on John Fetterman, and I wanted to go through that with you, so let's do it. Intelligentsia, I'm guessing that's how you say it, or Intelligencer, on Friday published a lengthy story detailing the concerns of current and former staffers of John Fetterman. Fetterman's office has seen a notable turnover in recent months. In a February report by The Intercept, staffers cited his comments on the war in Gaza and his relationship with Republicans as some of the biggest reasons staff have left at a high rate. Friday's piece chronicled a supposed shift in Fetterman's behavior from the time he was elected to now, as seen by those around him. Here are 5 of the most shocking details revealed in the report. Fetterman allegedly walked into traffic and was almost hit by a car. In February 2023, Fetterman joined other members of the Senate for a caucus retreat at the Liberty of Congress. His behavior at the retreat was concerning enough to compel some of those to reach out to a staffer, and Fetterman was supposedly seen later that day walking into the road. The report continued, Fetterman, fresh off a hard-fought victory in the cycle's marquee race, should have been riding high, only he wasn't. A staffer recalled getting a text from a person at the retreat asking if their boss was okay. Fetterman was sitting at a table by himself, slowly sipping a Coke and refusing to talk to anybody. Later that day, another staffer heard an alarming report from a journalist. Fetterman had just walked, obviously, into the road and was nearly struck by a car. A staffer then took Fetterman to George Washington University Hospital, where it was determined he was suffering from severe dehydration. Jesus. Fetterman's what? Well, he had a stroke recently, right? And it was like one that had provable brain damage. So I know a little bit about this kind of stuff, specifically because I was like looking into certain types of brain damage with like concussions and strokes because of a I could just say it. My brother had a stroke that left him paralyzed and trapped in his body. So Fetterman's wife tearfully pleaded for him to alter his stance on Gaza. Wow. Not long after Hamas's attack on October 7, 2023, Fetterman began to openly express his unconditional support for the country. Some of his staffers anonymously published a letter calling his support to Israel a gutting betrayal. His wife also was displeased. In early November, just weeks after the attack, Giselle arrived at her husband's Senate office and, according to a staffer, presented excuse me. Okay. Give me a second. Just gotta collect myself. Oh, man. Okay. I'll start here. Giselle arrived at her husband's Senate office, and according to a staffer present, they got into a heated argument. They are bombing refugee camps. How are you in support of this? The staffer recalled hearing her say with tears in her eyes. That's all propaganda, Fetterman replied. Later, a visibly upset Giselle pulled the staffer aside. She asked him if members of Fetterman's team were pushing him to take these stances for political reasons. The staffers told her that that the opposite was true. Many of them were upset that as she was. If you're pushing back on this, there's no hope. The staffer recalled her saying, "This is horrible news." A few days later, Giselle texted a different staffer, I'm at the breaking point and I can't co-sign this any longer. I'd love some help in language to separate myself from this. Can anyone help me? Jeez. Fetterman began to neglect his strict medical regime following a mental health episode. Not long after Fetterman allegedly walked into the road in February 2023, he was admitted to Walter Reed Hospital. At the end of his 6-week stay, his mental health dramatically improved, and doctors developed a comprehensive plan that included medication and regular blood checks. That plan, staffers said, seemed to have been abandoned that fall, right around the time Gaza became a focal point. The endless fight over Israel, which saw Fetterman draw further into himself, coincided with the setbacks in the recovery regime. At some point, Fetterman hadn't gotten his blood drawn for months, despite blood work being a critical component to the plan. In the final weeks of 2023, a Senate physician called the office, according to a staffer, to say that he had seen Fetterman acting bizarrely near the underground trolley that shuttled people between the Capitol and nearby office buildings. He had witnessed Fetterman, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, walk directly into a group of people, nearly bowling them over. Jesus. Sorry, I was laughing there. I saw this ad right as I was reading it, and it's like, it's sunglasses for ADHD, and I was just like, way to trigger my ADHD by showing me glasses for my ADHD. Thanks, dicks. Staffers wouldn't. It's like, that's good marketing right there. Staffers wouldn't let anybody see Fetterman some days for fear of him saying really effed up stuff. In text chats, Fetterman's behavior would sometimes be described as manic. The thing is, this is all symptomatic of a traumatic brain injury and also having PTSD symptoms and severe depression. Again, I am not a doctor. I am not a psychiatrist or a psychologist by any means. I have just been through the mental health field as far as being studied, and what I can and can't say as far as the stuff that I have experience with, but those I do. The senator reportedly had good days and bad days, and on those bad days, staffers would essentially isolate Fetterman out of fear of what he might say. His near constant use of social media, they added, only amplified the issue. One staffer told me that there would be entire days when he couldn't let anyone outside the office or be around him because he was going to be in some sort of state and say some really effed up stuff to constituents. Whoa. Sometimes he would just shut down. According to one staffer, he was saying unhinged shit. According to one text, and spending more time on social media. Stern wrote to the group that it seemed to him like Fetterman was spiraling, and that his constant doom scrolling, I think he's essentially like it's on all day, would only make things worse. Okay, that's also another symptom, is the doom scrolling thing, and the fact that he's staying in his phone and staying in this cycle, and it's almost like it's an escape cycle for him. Again, not trying to diagnose. God. I feel like it's only irresponsible if I say, like, he should just get checked out for these things. I don't know. Trying to be consistent here. Fetterman said, kill them all during talks about war in Gaza. Man. Months into the war in Gaza, Fetterman met with Jeremy Ben Ami of the Jewish organization J Street. During their meeting, Fetterman said, you can't reform a carton of sour milk, in reference to Palestinians. Holy shit, dude. And also explained why he didn't believe in a two-state solution in the region. You can't reform a carton of sour milk, he told Ben Ami, according to notes from the meeting, referring to the Palestinians. Fetterman said he did not believe in a two-state solution and claimed he had never met an Arab person who would condemn Hamas. Correction, the notes from the meeting stated only a single Arab he has met with the staff was present for wouldn't outright condemn Hamas. Fetterman went on to make statements that shocked people in opposing a ceasefire. He said, let's get back to the killing. A person who heard the conversation told me, he said, K them all. In a statement, Fetterman denied the account, adding, any reference to K-ing was solely about Hamas, and I do not support the destruction of that, or I do support the destruction of that organization down to every last member. Yeah. All right. Well, that's a damning expose, and honestly, the health issues are likely going to play a part in him possibly being removed, because Man, what? He's got 6 years in that seat, so yeah, it would have to be a medical thing, right? I think. I don't necessarily wait, here, let's take a look at that real quick. Senator gets removed. Senator can be removed from office through impeachment or conviction by the Senate or by being expelled by 2/3 of the Senate. Ah, okay. So, man, yeah, not seeing anything good coming from this. Holy crap! Just when we thought that the Mansion cinema situation was over, but also like couldn't get worse. Here we are. So we'll see where this goes. All right. Look at that. I actually got a segment done. Holy shit. Oh, George Ryan died in 91, huh? Too bad. Slow news day, surprisingly. Which is weird, because it's like, yeah, you know, Trump signed that order to defund PBS and NPR. Alrighty. Give me 1 second. Damn, dude. Hey, I'm not sure if anybody's from Boston, but apparently Godzilla's also going to come for Boston soon. God. Never thought I'd be that guy where it's just like, geez. Giant meteor or Godzilla, whichever. I'd take either at this point. Let's find something fun to watch together. Oh shit. I wanted to watch that interview with Mehdi Hassan. Crap. Oh, thanks for the subscribing. Alec Bainan, I appreciate that, man. Welcome, welcome to the community. As long as Godzilla trashes Hands Down Street, Boston will be fine. He walks into Southie. Hey, get out. Hey, we got a big fucking monster outside. Let's go. Somehow they did what the army could not. It's like, Godzilla has been seen exiting Boston. What? It was the people of Southie. It's like, oh, yeah. That tracks. Oh, man. Oh no, really? That's not good. Oh, the Humanist report. Thank you. I forgot who sent that to me. Here. I forgot. I did have one thing from yesterday to get to. Bear with me. Fine. Just go to his channel. Her take? Wait. Anna Kasparian is hosting. What now? Oh, that's part of the leftist mafia. That's why. Okay, I was like, why is this 3.5 hours long? What the hell?
Welcome everybody to Crystal Kyle and friends. Today we're going to be talking to David Dole, also known as the Rational National. He's a Canadian brother, and he is going to give us a detailed breakdown of exactly what went down in the Canadian election. Of course, as you all already know, this is a colossal rebuke of Trump because Trump was talking about making Canada the 51st state, and he also declared a trade war on them where he put a higher tariff on them than on like 90% of the countries in the world.
Sorry guys, if my audio is too low, that is all on YouTube right now.
There was this big backlash, and there was this, reviving of Canadian national pride. And so he'll have all the details as to how we got there. Talk a little bit about Mark Carney. I'm also a little curious about NDP, the further left party, and why he thinks they sort of collapsed in a sense.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well.
Yeah,
and if there's anything to learn from that for our politics as well.
My theory is they're becoming more Americanized there, and you have negative polarization. And when there's negative polarization, the flight to safety is like, I just got to vote for the people who have the best chance of defeating the conservatives. And the conservatives say the same thing in the other direction.
Yeah, it's like a lesser, it's like a lesser evil.
Yeah.
Trump was unifying.
Yes.
Was unifying for them. You saw actually similar dynamic in France, remember? That rescued Macron.
Say that again. Say that again. Say his name.
Macron.
One more time. She took French classes, so she's got the...
Oh, my God, bro.
Little twang. It's not a twang, but you get the point.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it actually... Now I'm forgetting all the dynamics, but there was a coalescing between like the left and the liberals, and there was during the initial elections, there was a lot of strategic voting of just like, we have to block the right. And then Macron turned around and sort of like stabbed the left in the back, whatever. But yeah, you saw a similar dynamic of like left and liberal solidarity against.
Welcome to Her Take.
Yeah, I forget her name, the female fascist.
Le Pen.
Le Pen, but I think she's in jail now, right? I think something happened where
she was found guilty. I don't know if she's in jail right now, but there was like a misuse of party funds situation.
Sentenced to jail.
Yeah.
She was sentenced to jail. This is from March 31st, 2025, like last month. So.
Marine Le Pen.
Yeah.
Welcome to Who's Farange?
I like it. I say it because I like it.
Omelette du Farange.
It's kind of hot, I'm just saying. All right, so before we get into that, though, we have some other stuff to get to. So Elon Musk, apparently, homie is on the rocks. It looks like he not only is maybe going to get the boot from Doge and the government, but he also looks like he might...
By the way, I am watching a awesome video by Laserpig called "Shut Up About Your Cultural." Here. All right.
Might be getting the boot from Tesla.
Yeah, so this is a Wall Street Journal report, and their headline is Tesla board open search for a CEO to succeed Elon Musk. About a month ago, with Tesla stock sinking and some investors irritated about Musk's White House focus, Tesla's board got serious about looking for Musk's successor. Board members reached out to several executive search firms to work on a formal process for finding Tesla's next chief executive, according to people familiar. Tensions had been mounting at the company. Sales and profits were deteriorating rapidly. Musk was spending much of his time in Washington. Around that time, Tesla's board met with Musk for an update. Board members told him he needed to spend more time on Tesla, according to people familiar, and he needed to say so publicly. Musk did not push back. So he and Tesla late last night, put out a
By the way, guys, I forgot to cover this. If you guys are able to help support my mom's memorial fund, I got this link to finally stop asking to sign up for Streamlabs. So now it is just a direct method to support the show. So my apologies, guys, for having the link to Streamlabs on. I didn't even know they did that. So also, thank you for whoever brought that to my attention.
Tweets saying this is all fake and this is all false, etc. Do you have those up in front of me? I have them up if you want me to.
All I have is his denial. So
Okay, so he says it's an extremely bad breach of ethics that the Wall Street Journal would publish a deliberately false article, failed to include an unequivocal denial beforehand by the Tesla board of directors. And he's quote tweeting Tesla, and this is all happening at like 1:30 in the morning, by the way, saying earlier today there was a media report erroneously claiming that the Tesla board had contacted recruitment firms to initiate a CEO search. This is absolutely false. There is a little bit of language word games going on here, though, because the Wall Street Journal report says that some board members reached out to these executive recruitment firms, whereas the denial says the Tesla board as a whole had not done that. So in any case, I mean, I believe the Wall Street Journal and not Elon Musk because he lies about everything.
Isn't the board, we looked this up one time months ago, the board is packed full of Elon sycophants.
Correct, yes.
So the fact that anybody on the board is in this mindset really speaks to there's a coup going on. There's a coup. They're trying to coup his ass.
His own brother is on that board. His brother's on the board. One of the like more liberal Murdoch, James Murdoch, is on the board. Like, it actually became an issue. I don't know. This is too in the weeds, but there was a lawsuit in Delaware over Elon's executive CEO compensation package. And one of the issues in that case was the fact that the board that granted him this package had no independence, because it was so closely tied. It's his brother, it's, you know, so it's a family member and it's all these like close associates. So, because we looked at this before when Tesla started to shit the bed with Elon being such a toxic figure of like, you know, how long before the board is like, we got to get rid of this guy. And we basically concluded that's unlikely to happen because they're all just there to be his sycophants. But apparently, even for them, it's gotten to a point. I also think Elon is kind of done with Tesla. And that is also, there's a little bit of that in this report as well, that he's tired of being the CEO of Tesla. He's been the CEO of Tesla for a long time. SpaceX is really, this is more my reading of some of the other reporting on him, that SpaceX is really where his passion is right now. He's just not that into Tesla. And, you know, so yeah, I think he's sort of unhappy there. The company is obviously been destroyed by his association with it and how toxic he is. The Cybertruck is maybe the biggest flop in like automotive history, total and complete disaster. China has a vastly superior competitor in BYD that most of the world can avail themselves of. They're suffering also from the trade war, is a problem for them too, which he has, you know, made clear, but had no influence really with Trump in order to get things changed there. So yeah, they're in a world of hurt.
It looks to me like he's just a con man and he's on to his next con because this one he got caught red-handed. You know what I'm saying?
Which one, the Doge or Tesla?
Well, I mean, both of them.
Yeah.
Right? But Trump was saying Elon wants to go work on his cars now, so he's going to wrap it up in the government. And Elon was in there, oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
And so it looks to me like it basically like we hit a logical endpoint where his bullshit couldn't get him out of it anymore. Because as you know, Tesla sales have beyond imploded. I mean, we're talking what, 71% decrease in profit,
in net income, yeah.
And that's with after they cooked the books. That's like, hey, this is the best number we can come up with when we play our tricky math game, right?
Yep.
And so I think he's just on to his next scam. The fact that his own people might be trying to force him out, very Game of Thronesy. That's a very Game of Thronesy thing, right? You think, oh, I got all the people around me who are good with me in power, etc. And then eventually they're like, this guy's got to go, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
this guy's killing us.
The whole thing is at stake. I mean, Tesla's only prayer is to get rid of him and completely basically rebrand, because Tesla owners in the U.S. are by and large like California affluent liberals. And then now you have this guy who's like the biggest Trump sycophant. And by the way, you know, like doing a Sig Heil and going and, you know, supporting the AfD in Germany and all of these things. Like, it was utterly predictable that the customer base would be like, no, especially at a time when they have other options.
why wouldn't he be cooked with anything he tries to do now? Because if you really think about how toxic his name is.
Actually, anecdotally, my wife has been in the market for a car for over a year now. Right around the time that he was going to be endorsing Kamala, I have a hard time saying her name, sorry, but she was looking at a Tesla, and then he pulled this shit, and she was just like, never, I will never buy a Tesla.
This is the guy who's responsible for cutting 50% of the Social Security offices in this country, trying to make it collapse
One
under
less
its own weight.
Tesla
He slapped
household here.
pediatric cancer research. Not only that, but the business community is not going to like him because he was involved with the Trump regime as they were doing tariffs, which are about to implode the global economy. They're all going to feel the pain from it. I sort of think that, yeah, he's going to try to do his next snake oil salesman bit, but I think he might hit a brick wall. I think he's worn out his welcome, not just in the government. I think among the business community, they're like, we don't want to work with this guy. This guy, he really outed himself as a total fucking dead-eyed psychopath. The way he tweets is like an
and on top of it, he's just so unfunny.
Right? And so, I don't know. I think he might be done in the long run, where he's never going to reach the same level of fame and success that he already did. Like, the bubble has burst with the idea of him as this misunderstood, eccentric genius. Now everybody looks at him like, this guy's a fucking idiot, and he ruins everything he touches.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that, because just like Trump, Elon really is a brand, right? And he had a lot of the country, a lot of the world, certainly the business community snowed into believing he was this like incredible, once in a century genius. And just with Doge, like, just look at Doge. Elon says we're going to cut $2 trillion. Then he says we're going to cut $1 trillion. Then he's like, we're going to cut $150 billion. Even that's a fucking lie. Government spending is actually up. Like, he's done a lot.
Also, all of it's illegal anyway.
Right. He's done. They don't care about that.
Yeah, they don't care about that part.
He's done a lot, but all of it incredibly damaging.
Right.
And none of it living up to, you know, efficiency or budget cutting. None of it. Like, by the metrics they set out, which were always bullshit, but by their metrics, total and complete failure. And when you look at that, and then he puts his name effectively on the ballot in that Supreme Court race, is thoroughly rebuked in that way as well. So is a political loser too. And if you watch that clip of the Trump meeting where he is like, he says, Elon, he's welcome to stay as long as he wants, but I think he wants to get back to his car companies. And everybody's giving him like a pity clap around the table.
With his like 7 hats on his head where he thinks he's acts like a toddler.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. Like, they all look like they feel bad for him at this point. That is so different from when he came in with all this swagger and he's lording over Trump in the Oval and he's lording over the cabinet meeting, and it's like it's his government and the news is following everything that he says and he does. And now he's having to kind of like quietly slink out of town, having completely failed. And with his electric car company, which is really his sort of signature brand, in the total toilet, and the board sneakily trying to replace him. Yeah, he bet big with Doge. And this is what he does. Like, he loves to double down. He loves to place the big bet. He's one of these that's not happy unless everything is all out there and on the line. And for, you know, in this instance, in many instances, those things have paid off for him in the past. In this instance, it was a total and complete failure. And there will certainly be consequences for that.
Yeah. Hey, guys, we did an awesome interview with David Dole of the Rational National.
All right, here we go. All right, we got a new segment. All right, guys. So is Anna Kasparian actually leaving TYT, and is she doing it to do a ripoff of The View with a bunch of MAGA ladies? Let's take a look.
Where real conversation happens. Let me just take a step back and ask a broader question. I'm actually with Trump on this. It's
Oh my God.
one of the reasons why I left the Democratic
She's doing
Party.
it with
Let's talk about the
Linda
mistake,
Lee.
though.
Lindy, let's talk about the
Lindy
mistake
Lee.
for a second, okay?
Intersex, pansexual, true spirit. What the heck is a true spirit?
Give it to me in English and then dumb it down to 6th grade level. I wake up in the morning and I have no spirit, so I'm are they really marginalized?
Can I borrow one?
Like,
Jeez. You've got real conversations that happen here. Different voices collide, clash, and sometimes even connect.
The vanguard will be there, sir.
But Gavin, if you're ready, it's time for me to give you a round
Oh, silly and
of
Billy.
applause. It's time for me to give you your flowers. You have long been calling that Anna Kasparian would leave the Young Turks if she got offered another job, was able to land another gig. I poured cold water on. I said, who wants her? I said, she's past her prime. She's no good. She's a washed up Karen. And I just had a little birdie send us this message right here.
Anna's leaving?
I don't know if she's leaving the Young Turks, but Lindy Lee is excited to announce the first episode of Her Take drops at 11 a.m. tomorrow. In the debut episode, Jillian Michaels, Anna Kasparian, and Amy Dangerfield and I debate immigration, trans, and woke insanity. This is the conservative
my daughter
answer to The View. So I
going on a panel show.
I might have actually put the cart before the horse. I don't know if Anna's going to be permanently on this show.
Her Take.
Is it?
Do you want to react to this?
Why does this look like it's from 2004? What the fuck?
Yeah, it looks like dog shit.
With the set, the video quality, the graphic design. I look like I'm looking at something from.
I like it for the $5, Mitesh. Oh,
Mitesh, $5.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
Ooh, Mr. Wilson.
Nice. Always love me a good Dennis the Menace here. Actually, you know what? I'll just go sit next to my dog. We're gonna just chill here.
And yes, this is the big head lady, as someone in chat said. This is the lady whose head is like 6 times larger than the rest of her body.
Yes.
It's crazy. But yes, she's a total grifter. She once was like
She
a
is a
DNC
bobblehead.
operative, and now she left the left because of the crazy trends or something. Either way, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this actually becomes successful enough that Anna joins it full time and does leave the Young Turks. But I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, if this becomes at all successful, which honestly, who knows if it will.
Yeah, Lindy Lee first came across my purview because she was talking about how birth control made her like a liberal and like like took away like her full control of her emotions and her mind. And I was like, lady, that's just an adverse react to hormones. Go talk to your doctor about this. Don't become a conservative. But anyway, we can play this clip here because if Her Take takes off, it could spell the end of the Young Turks as we know it.
Take where real conversation happens. Let me just take a step back and ask a broader question. I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party.
Let's talk about the mistake, though, Lindy. Let's talk about the mistake for a second, okay? He had a legitimate asylum claim.
Intersex, pansexual, true spirit. What the heck is a true spirit?
Give it to me in English and then dumb it down to 6th grade level. I wake up in the morning and I have no spirit, so I'm
Wow, trashing Native American culture. Love that from Anna.
Are they really marginalized?
Can I borrow? Like, jeez. I will be.
Are they really marginalized? Hey, Gavin, are indigenous people really marginalized in America? Wow, I have 2 spirits, one in the morning and one in the night.
Be the first one to say that birth control destroyed my life.
The goal
I knew
is
she
to
was gonna bring
create
that up.
lifelong
That's my
medical
whole thing
patients
now.
because that is passive residual income for them every week, every month till the end of that person's life. You've got real conversations.
So four conservatives. So is this like the new thing that they do online now? Is they get 4 conservatives and 1 liberal, and then it's just like, look at how unreasonable they are.
You guys should be making babies, damn it.
Yeah, this is so.
The video quality looks like it's North Korean propaganda. I'll be completely real. The fact that I'm able to do this in a better quality is kind of scary.
Fucking like it looks
like there's something to be said about having too much production quality, especially in this day and age.
It's like I'm watching like a parrot.
Like, dude, I got made fun of early on in my career here, where I was not using all the professional microphone, but I then pointed out that I'm like, my microphone and like my settings have produced better quality than people that have all of that equipment and don't even know how to use it. So let's calm down there.
Parody of something like those, like Tim Heidecker, like when he does a parody of Rogan or Bill Maher, something. I feel like I'm watching that, but for The View or something. But it's so like the set, even this thing in the background, the fern, it kind of reminds me of Zach Galifianakis Between Two Ferns from back in the day. Like what?
I was literally thinking that while I was watching.
The fuck is this, bro? And as I said, it looks like it was filmed
that's funny.
20 years ago, and someone just dug it up out of a time capsule in their
That's true.
backyard, and it's like, hey, check this out. Like, why does it look like this?
Yeah, I can't believe that. I can't believe that this is real. Oh my gosh. And I can't believe that they got Anna Kasparian to agree with it.
that happen here. Different voices collide, clash, and
the worst
sometimes
thing too is that Anna's actually going to come out of this looking like the only one who has any fucking brain cells, because compared to these totally brain dead morons, yeah, she actually is going to end up being the only one to make any decent points. So that's pretty funny.
Yeah, dude. And, you know, I think also it kind of goes to your point that, you know, she was clearly looking to leave the Young Turks. She's clearly looking to branch out. And if she is able to be the smartest one in the room in a way that always validates the underlying, you know, conservative POV without challenging it too much, you know, I think that she'll have a home there as the I used to be a liberal lady, Jillian Michaels. I used to be a liberal. Jillian Michaels was actually just recently on the Joe Rogan Experience yesterday.
Oh,
so they must be giving this a little bit of a push of some kind.
All these grifters that are like desperate for relevance again. Let's can we throw this back up on screen, Zach?
Yeah.
And like, can we look at the actual announcement? Do you know what this is? Is this like part of some larger network? Is it part of a parent company, or is it just an Valuetainment, bro? This is a fucking PVD product. Holy shit!
I am not surprised, bro. Let me.
That makes sense. That makes so much sense.
Let me tell you about this, Kevin. There's an opportunity here. Listen, we have a lot of success, but it's all for men, you know. And what about our wives? What about our young daughters? They can't be growing up with all these team.
I gotta give it to him. He's doing a really good PBD impression.
Transgenders, whatnot. We gotta do something for our young ladies. We got to do something. And we want strong role models, you know, say, don't take birth control. Save yourself for marriage. Okay. Raise a family. Be a good girl. Smile for your daddy.
Why does none of the content, or at least that, to be fair, we've only seen a tiny little clip. Is the full episode out? It's upcoming.
Dude, we're going to react to this. We're going to react
Tomorrow's
to this.
show's going to be fire. But based on that one clip, it looked way shittier than any of the actual PBD productions. Like, not that I agree with Patrick Bet-David at all, but his show is well produced. It has a nice aesthetic, a good set. It looks professional. From what we saw, this looks like dog shit. So that's pretty funny. What did they give him? Like the little side room on the
They literally gave him their old camera equipment.
corridor offset. Like, oh, you guys get the extra, you know, bathroom.
I've got an opportunity for you
that we had to tear out.
But you're going to have to use a Mac that has snow leopard still on
the
it.
sink and put in a desk to make room for this fucking shitty show.
Could
Like,
you imagine? That's the OS they're using.
this is crazy, but wow, Valuetainment.
Yeah, here it says,
Expanding the brand.
finally, a panel of women worth listening to. Rest in peace to The View. Can't wait to watch the first episode. This is actually Anna's burner account. This is her friend Larry from next door. Finally, some strong-minded
I thought his
women.
name was Jim.
I've liked Anna on Piers Morgan's show. Jillian and Lindy have also been great hearing from. Amy will be new to me.
This actually has to hurt Piers Morgan a little bit that all of them were part of Piers Morgan's little panel of, you know, of Putrid, the panel of Putrid. And all of a sudden, PBD went and came, and he's just like, you know what? I've got the Putrid panel. Now I actually own the Putrid panel.
To me, but can't wait to watch.
Sorry, I like that
Finally,
name.
some strong-minded women. Like, most women in media are pretty strong-minded. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a commentator, yeah, you probably have your opinions, but either way, this is insanely hilarious, bro. This is insanely hilarious. I knew that Anna, you know, her and Jake have both kind of been worming their way into the valuetainment circle for a while now. I remember, you know, them kind of joking around, making references to the fact that they actually were friends IRL. So yeah, I'm not surprised. What I will be really interested in, though, is that, like, I just don't think ultimately anyone's going to watch this fucking thing, bro. That's the thing. Like, there's there is no central personality in the way, like, Patrick Bet-David is the guy that people tune into Valuetainment or PBD or whatever to watch for the most part.
And he has a good cast. That Vinny guy is
He
good,
does.
good cast character.
They're good supporting characters. I just don't think anyone would watch the show if it was just that guy. Like, you know, Vinny's the main person, right? And when it comes to this, I feel like none of these women is a strong or dominant enough brand or personality for it to attract much of a audience.
That was a hard black edit. They said something or they edited something out that was like
beyond the like initial run of episodes. Like, I'm struggling to, you know, episode 15.
Oops.
Are people still going to be watching after the excitement is worn off? Because no one really watches Jillian Michaels' show on YouTube unless she has some bombshell interview with Anna or something. Like, no one just watches her content. Same with most of these people. They only really get any actual play if they're on something like Piers Morgan, right? So
what I was just saying.
You know, we'll have to see. But I don't think that any of these people, Anna included, are compelling enough. Anna's not getting any views herself on TYT.
No, I don't think so at all. And to be honest, Gavin, to kind of further your point that there's not the demand for this, nobody in the news picked this up. Her take, valuetainment. There's not a single news article about it.
Give it some time. I'm sure all the journalists are working hard right now writing their pieces.
Yeah, but typically if you have a high profile, if you're going to launch a show, you'll go ahead and let news outlets know. You'll make connections. You'll do some sort of a promotional tour for it. They just tweeted it out to little fanfare. They've got 1,000 subscribers that they're going to be working with for the first episode. Potentially, PBD is going to stick his neck out there and really try.
Hey, what's wrong with having 1,000 subscribers now? Hey, watch it
and give it a push. But from what I'm seeing right here,
some of us are new to this.
Nobody is talking about this. And it seems like they're kind of half-assing it. And I think you're right that it's doomed to fail. However, if it does succeed, it will give us so much material to react to and dunk on over the coming months.
Oh, even if it does, succeed or fail, it's going to give us a lot of content to react to.
I mean, if they get, I guess if they're going to do a full season no matter what.
Yeah, no, for sure.
They needed a big guest for the first episode to market.
But yeah, we're going to be, thank God, that's going to give us a lot to talk about in the coming weeks. I'm sure they are, Griffin. You can be their new producer. It looks like they need one, honestly, because whoever the fuck is producing the show right now is they're not sending their best. But yeah, that's embarrassing, bro. This is so much more embarrassing than what I actually expected Anna to do, which at this point was just to start her own thing, her own brand, kind of an extension of the Unaligned Substack, bringing that onto YouTube as like a solo personality with a solo show, and like a little bit of production value behind it. This, just like, oh, I'm hanging out with 3 of the worst people you've ever seen.
I mean, she wants HASAN money. She should just go and do the HASAN thing. Just put in the hours.
And
since you want that HASAN money so bad,
whose opinions you couldn't care less about. But now you're.
She also, like, this is what's shitty about her is she acts like HASAN got all that from doing what they do, which is 4 hours a day. HASAN does almost double that in just one stream. And I'm not trying to glaze him. I'm legit being real. Like,
you're gonna have
the dude works for it. As somebody who puts in over 6 hours on his streams, I gotta say,
hear them anyway.
Do you think it's intentional that they're going back to the old news show, the old webcast kind of style? Because you're right that it does look very 2008. It kind of reminds me of like very early,
and it's 2008.
Early RT would look like, you know what I mean?
I can't even do it.
Like back in the early days before they had the big production value. I don't know. It just seems like that kind of thing that would have existed when I was on the internet in 5th grade and not so much now.
Oh, 100%. Can we actually put that up on screen one more time and just watch it one more time?
Oh yeah, dude, 100%.
So funny.
We can just take it.
We got so excited, but I'm like, holy fuck.
I know. I couldn't believe it. I fucked up the end of our segment too. I was
like,
okay.
Welcome to Her Take, where real
God. The internet when I was in 5th grade, Homestar Runner was still about 10 years off.
Conversation happened. Let me just take a step back and ask a broader question. I'm actually with Trump on this. It's one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party.
Let's talk about the mistake, though. Lindy, let's talk about the mistake first.
Talk to the left because you ain't right. Hey, you know what? If I do a talk show, that's not a bad name.
Okay,
I like it.
he had a legitimate asylum claim.
Intersex, pansexual, true spirit. What the heck is a true spirit?
Give it to me in English and then dumb it down to 6th grade level. I wake up in the morning and I have
That's the most honest thing she said in a while.
no spirits.
The thing is, I've been kind of saying this, that this is kind of that's how you do need to package things, because you can't be so elitist that you're just like, oh, well, anybody that doesn't watch this and understand it is uneducated. It's like, that's like 90% of the American electorate, and we all understand that, and we all somehow always kind of forget. I do the same shit. I have been elitist in this where I'm just like these non-voters, but then I'm like, you know what? No, we have to make it like appealing to them. That's why Trump is such a thing to them, because he's a TV personality. They don't have to think that hard.
So I'm really marginalized. Can I vote? Like,
Jeez. I will be the first one to say that birth control destroyed my life.
The goal is to create lifelong medical patients, because that is passive residual income.
I can't even do it.
For them every week, every month till the end of that.
I have no attitude. Did you just see how stiff I did that?
person's life. You've got real conversations.
I am the whitest man on YouTube.
That happen here. Different voices collide, clash, and sometimes even connect. There are no scripts, no echo chambers, and just smart and spirited debates. Ladies, are you ready to jump in? Let's do it.
This like totally inauthentic presentation of people.
It sounded like gobble gobble.
The contrived view is a great way of putting it. And people have no patience for that anymore. People are not interested in watching that super fake 2002 style, like, you know, TLC television.
Yeah. I mean, unless the personalities really do have their own respective audiences, right? And then you can kind of unite into like a super group or whatever. Like that is possible. I just don't think any of these ladies have enough of an independent following. I don't think any of them have enough of an independent brand to make this like, you know, band work out. Like, I just don't think people are going to give a fuck. It's not, none of these people do you want to hear for this long? Like it's one thing if one of them pops up on Piers Morgan and you kind of have to, oh, I guess I'll have to hear from like Lindy Lee or whatever, but I'm not going to tune into this lady's show and listen to her talk about how birth control destroyed her life for fucking 2 hours. Like, what are you, Jimmy Dore, but with birth control instead of vaccines? That's your whole brand, is talking about how birth control destroyed your life. Okay. Like, that's not fucking interesting.
Wow. You know what? Typical male POV, everyone. Gross. Okay. This is the girls' corner. Okay. This is where the trad wives congregate. Okay. If you're a wifey and you're proud to be one, this is where you need to get your nose from. Okay. And, you know, my boss, Patrick, okay, he's a traditional guy, and we're going to bring traditional values back, okay, with valuetainment.
Yeah. And by the way, if you look at her unaligned Substack,
Did
basically,
she promote this?
No, I haven't seen that yet. But I was looking at it this morning, and basically, like, all she talks about on her stupid Substack is what a victim she is. I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, the bulk of her,
they got no audience. MAGA people don't want to listen to women talk.
Content.
I mean, let's be real. Candace Owens is starting to shift away from Trump. That should tell him something.
And is
like, if Anna Kasparian doesn't see like the writing on the wall where Candace fucking Owens
just like
back,
Candace Owens is walking it back. Meanwhile, she's happily going and she's just like, you know what? There's a market there. Hey, look, there's a gap there. Oh, hey, I'm gonna go fill that.
Having conversations about how she's the victim of the online mob. Like, this is literally an hour and a half long conversation. Almost all of, and I don't even know who this guy is. He seems perfectly chill. I don't really know, but Jason Miles comes on. And she just turns the whole conversation into, can you
first name
believe what a victim I am? And can you believe it? As soon as I started to speak out about, you know, my honest opinions, this group of people dogpiled me and tried to cancel me and said I was grifting. Can you believe it? Can you believe they said I was grifting? I've lost money. I've lost relevance. Can you believe it? Even though I said that about Dave Rubin, I can't believe anyone would say it about me. That's what her whole fucking shtick is, bro. It's like, no one cares about this. Who's watching this? It doesn't, you know, unfortunately, we can't see a view count on Substack.
37 favorites.
But 37 favorites, 8 comments. That means like, what, 200 people fucking watch this? Like, no one wants. Then that's the big issue. It's like Anna could have pulled off this pivot more if she, but it's like, instead of actually just pivoting, she just pivoted into like narcissism. It's like, that's not a.
I mean, she was always
brand.
Come on. Even as a longtime viewer of TYT, there was always a dash of narcissism coming from Anna Kasparian. Are you being for freaking real right now?
Anyone's gonna want to check up on De Leon, right? Like, oh, time to hear Anna bitch about herself again. Like, no, it's a weird, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why she makes a perfect conservative, Gavin. She's got a lot of personal grievances that, you know, inform her politics.
Yeah, amazing news, though. I'm so glad we had the chance to react to that live. I'm sure we'll be, you know, reacting to it more in the future. When that first episode drops tomorrow, we can honestly spend some time on the stream tomorrow, taking it in.
Oh, yeah, we have so much to get through tomorrow.
Oh, good to know. That's be members only for a little bit. Good to know. Again, the only reason that I harp on those guys for doing that is because they refuse to see that what they did to TYT using their members only content and then actually, you know, profiting from using their members only content for their members only content. They don't see how that was a little bit shitty, and they never bring it up, honestly, where it's just like, hey, we might have actually done something that was kind of, optically not great. So that's my biggest gripe there. Still like the guys, still enjoy their content, would, work with them in the future, but I calls it like I see it. So I hope you guys at least enjoy that segment, and we will definitely be looking out for the part 2 of the first episode. So let's look out for that. All right, getting these segments. It's another one in the book. Yeah. Actually feels pretty good to get that down. All right, I'm going to run upstairs, grab something to drink because I'm thirsty. We got, let's see, something fun, something awesome. Let's end this week. What time is it? Oh, no, dude, I'm fine. Oh, that's right. I've been on since 2. I'm used to showing up at 4. Well, if you guys have enjoyed this stream, please leave a like on the channel. It really helps me out as a smaller creator. Also, subscribe if you haven't already, and follow over on Twitch. I really appreciate your guys' support. Let's see. Red pillars hate single moms so much they can't stop dating them. Dear Frogan with peace and love.
Looking like a doll, right? They won't catch me sliding along. They won't catch me without my Vacheron skeletal perpetual.
All right, I'll check that out later. I guess he reacted to Frogan's take on some of this stuff too. I'm Ethan Kleined out. Thank you for that, though. Here, let's do an Abba and Preach video.
When I tell you guys all...
Mitesh saw a new doctor today. She is, how should I put it, smoking. Oh, you did? Nice. Behave. Did you just say smoking like Ace Ventura or The Mask? Yeah, she was smoking.
All these red pillars are scammers. This is what I mean. I feel like red pillars date single moms more than the average person. For a movement that yells and moans about single moms as much, that so many of them date these women. Why do you think these guys go either for single moms, 18-year-olds, or are they trying to import? You notice a pattern between all 3 of these? Mm-hmm. There's an update to the previous story that we were on. Preach shared this with me.
Fellas, this is why I tell y'all got to be careful about where y'all get y'all relationship/life advice from these guys on this internet, on these podcasts. Because yesterday I made a video about that Fugazi coolie dude or whatever, talking about being a top tier man. I always kind of knew dude was a little buddy. But yeah, so here's the clip.
Don't qualify for the top tier men, and that is the truth.
So you believe you're a top tier man? By what standard?
I'm 6'4", only about what? 8% of the entire world is 6'4". I make well over 100K a year. And I'm black at that if you add that on.
That's why he said that. That's why he talked the way he talked. That's why. That's why he thinks he's a top tier man, because he's 6'4" and black. This is why. He's the trinket. He's the fetish. But this is the dude that y'all follow, fellas. This is the rhetoric that y'all subscribe to from hypocrites. A black man playing stepdaddy to some white kids.
The way this motherfucker said that.
So I'm not familiar with this cinematic universe, So I decided to look up a couple of this dude's clips, and it's just him ragging on single moms all day long and how they're not wifey material.
So if you are a single mother, single mothers normally don't have good character, generally speaking, because they chose the wrong man, meaning that they normally broke up the relationship. Single moms show the worst characteristic traits, to be honest. No, what single mothers show is that you're selfish because you prioritize yourself over the kid. If you prioritize the kid, you would have worked through thick and thin to keep that relationship with the father.
A black man playing stepdaddy to some white kids with a single mother who was a BBL Becky. Mind you, getting her knocked up because she's currently pregnant, not even married to her. They've been together since 2017 and has yet to put a ring on her finger.
So Christmas is around the corner, and since we got a little mixed baby here, we're gonna see which Santa he chooses. We got a black Santa,
And I have the white ones.
and let's see which one he chooses. Same time, don't cheat.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Which one are you gonna pick?
Like all the boxes were checked. Cringy interracial couple content. She's
Marrying a
begging
single
to be
mom is a way to
proposed
get caught up quick.
She's a single mother. All of these things that he tells you in clips like this.
As a single mother, do you believe you deserve a man in the top percentile?
I'm able to do everything else, whether or not I have a baby or not. I still can be a great wife.
Yeah, listen, single moms, recreational use only.
Do you mean
Time out. Let's reverse it real quick.
No, keep it going. Keep it rolling. Keep it fucking rolling.
Looks like you're doing more than recreational use with her, buddy.
Talking about being with someone as recreational? That's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, it's not crazy because that's what these guys talk about all.
And I gotta say, unpopular opinion. These women that are putting themselves in these relationships deserve it
all the time. Hold up, that's what that Donovan Sharp used
Gotta
to say.
learn somehow,
That's
right?
not even his line. That's a Donovan Sharp line. Sure. This is all that same red pill shit.
I was a single mom. And yes, listen, I know single moms are bad and this and that and the other, but we all got to start somewhere. Don't commit to them.
To me, it's just the audacity of people. Like, you know what? You want to have this goofy ideology? That's fine. Go live that life. But you're not even living it. And you broadcast the fact that you're not living it. They're all scammers. If they're not all scammers, it's like a coin flip. Actually, that's not even true because I'm being generous by saying it's 50.
but it's also like, who are the dumbasses watching this?
50. The odds are even lower than that. It's like skydiving without a parachute. You're probably going to land on a scammer. I got no words. I got no words.
You got no.
It's the audacity. I don't know how these people live with themselves. I don't know how they scam. But more importantly, I don't know how y'all keep falling for it. Y'all be up in these comments being like, ooh, woo, ooh, woo. Ooh, woo, king. Meanwhile, he going to ooh, woo with his single mom. And then he telling you and shaming you for... I feel like red pillars date single moms more than the average person. It's actually mind-blowing to me for a movement that yells and moans about single moms as much that so many of them date these women. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just crazy how, at this point, anytime someone will tell me, don't date single moms, I'm like, how many kids are you a stepdaddy to? That's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to start thinking. How do you look yourself in the mirror? How do you go home to your family? How do you go home to your girl? No one you say, is it just a check you give her? Like, hey, bitch, I talk shit about you. Here's your payout. Like, why? It costs you nothing not to do this. You could probably still make a bunch of red pill points and not say this goofy ass shit. You know what I think it is?
Minutes ago.
I don't think these kinds of guys can actually get the women that they want. So they go for women who are having a little bit more of a difficult situation or willing to accept more things. Why? Because, like, listen, for some single moms out there, not all, but some, they're willing to accept a little bit more. Why? Because they want that companionship. Because people do judge them for having children.
Their standards are lower.
If this BBL Becky didn't have no kids, she wouldn't be with him.
You think so?
Why else would he get with a BBL Becky with kids if he could get another one? Why would he go in contravention with his own ideology if he could get the same type of girl without kids? So they talk about, I make 6 figures, this and that. I'm over this height, this and that. But then you still end up with the single mom that you be yelling about. I don't even believe you can get what you want. Your whole business model is predicated on
the red pill guy who got caught being a gay camster model is peak. Not sure if there's a video on him.
The ability of you knowing the truth and you being able to get what you want, but you don't. Why do you think these guys go either for single moms, 18-year-olds, or fobs fresh off the boat, or are they trying to import? You notice a pattern between all 3 of these?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
There's a standards that are lower, either because they don't have the connection, or they don't know better, or because their standards are lower because they know that they got a baggage that is right there.
Right. All of these people are more malleable, more easily controlled. That's perfect for dudes like these who got these insecurities, who are not good with themselves. That's why these guys go for it. Now that I'm thinking about the psyche, it actually makes sense that they go for single mom. They go for the most vulnerable.
The problem that I have with that is, why you trash though? It's the trashing part. That you go for whatever. I don't care.
That's money. That's the ideology. You want to make money off the scam, you got to say the right things. Did you not notice though that all the reptile guys have a bunch of girls, they always say 18, 17?
Yeah.
Barely legal.
There's a problem with that, yeah.
Yeah. What do they talk about the imports? They're submissive. They do as they're told. That's the trend.
Yep.
So at first it didn't make sense for me why they went for the single moms, but now it actually does. The reason why is they feel like they're going to fall in that category. They're the most malleable. In observing them when I can't understand why, because remember what I said when I said they're more likely than the regular dudes? It's like, why would that be? And then I thought about it. It's like, wait, regular dudes are not necessarily looking to control women. They're not looking to do all this other stuff. Or what was the other one? OnlyFans models.
OnlyFans model, yeah.
Why do they go for those two?
Because the normal guys are not gonna go for them because of what they do. So they kind of lower their expectancy. They lower their standards because they know, like people that do porn as well, they lower their standards because nobody's really gonna get to them. So it's kind of not that they have to say yes, but not a people are gonna say yes to them.
A lot of people who do the adult work, they're a bit isolated socially because of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right? They are very primed to find dudes who are not going to treat them well. These guys will go and date these women. And
unfortunately,
and hold it against them.
I've seen this in real life where it was just like
that they do this kind of work. It's like, well, why
you do what?
would you date an OnlyFans model if you go hold it
and then sure shit
against her? But it's about that control aspect. There's that resentment there. How many times have I seen red pillars with OnlyFans girls?
Just dating the worst guys.
And like they'll be in full-on relationships. They're not just banging these women. They'll be dating them. They'll go out to dinner. They'll introduce them to the mom.
We spent New Year's together, and that's the time when he asked me to be his girl and to commit to him, and he posted a video of us on social media. He said to me, I love you. I don't want you to be with other men. A few days later, he asked me to meet his mom.
Take him back to Barbados. Have some coconuts. But do you guys not see the pattern? It is actually like once you start connecting the dots, you realize these guys are terribly insecure. They do want control over their women, and that's why they go after the very women they tell you not to go after. That's my theory. What you think?
You can't fuck other guys. I can. While they fuck other guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about the psyche. Is this just about money? It's gotta be. I think people see red pillars. You know what this makes me realize? Red pillars really are simps. They are true easy marks. They're like old people for scammers.
Simps,
you know what I'm saying?
Simps to what?
They're the easiest marks.
Oh, you mean the audience?
The audience.
Oh, okay.
That's what they are.
Oh, okay.
And there's no way you can convince me otherwise, because these guys are not even scamming you guys properly. Like if you look at their books, if you look at their TikToks, you can see that they're not living none of the shit they tell you to live. The stuff that they're yelling, hey, you piece of shit, if you don't do this, you're a fucking beta. And you guys just eat. At some point, you just got to wake up to the fact that everyone's selling you a lie. Maybe this ideology is nothing but lies. I don't know.
Was that Milo? Milo Yiannopoulos?
The message is still good. Goddamn. Well, all the messengers fucked up.
The delivery is...
All the messengers are fucked up. This is the first one for me this year. Like, I'm actually like, huh?
So we did a video and the update is, huh? That's a good update. I gotta admit. I ain't mad at it because seeing you baffled is really a first for me.
But maybe I shouldn't be baffled because why
you shouldn't?
People commit crimes and then document their whole shit and post it on TikTok.
I mean,
maybe people are so attention starved they don't even care. They're not even hiding the fact that they scammers, and people are still going to support this guy. So why should he hide it?
So why should he hide it?
Well, you know, especially if it had been exposed for scamming and basically defrauding, not living any of the stuff they talk about, they still got a fan base. What is there to really say? If people want to get scammed, they go ahead. Thoughts?
A lot of them. This guy's the reason why black women don't like me. Cause I just take my girl. I'm just with my girl minding my business, and this motherfucker goes on dunking on y'all. It's not me. It's him. It's not me. I'm not him. He's ragging on black single moms.
Is it just black single moms?
He's really ragging on what I've seen. I've seen whenever he's trashing the moms.
Okay, but you can only base off what he says. What did he say? Single moms are unmarriageable. Single moms are for recreational. So if he didn't say black single moms, he's with a single mom.
Fair. So you would think that it would make no sense. Like you're saying, you're trashing on single moms. Why are you trashing single moms and you're with a single mom? And then all the single mom that he's trashing on his videos are white. So the only reason why he would trash them but not her is really because she's white. Then if you look at the content that he makes, the content is very like interracial, black, white, black.
This is the reason why single moms leads to degenerate.
Don't do that.
Degeneracy.
Whenever he spoke and he said the things that make him a high value man, when he said,
and I'm black at that if you add that on.
I'm black. I went, what? That sounds weird. I felt some type of way. And then I look at all the content that he makes, and it's very corny, interracial, propping up like, yeah, I'm with a white girl, and when this guy says he's a trinket and he's a fetish, I believe that what he said. I believe that he's right. He thinks as well that he's a when he said I'm a black dude because, fetish. I'm the fetish. I believe he said that, and I believe he believed that as well.
I don't have anything to say to that. I'm not even disagreeing with that.
Yeah, cool. So it's not so much that he's dunking on. That's the reason why he's not dunking on single women. He's dunking on single black women. But I understand he's a hypocrite. Okay. I told you before that, red pills sound like cosplay.
Gotcha.
The energy that I have is
cosplay
it really is. And emulating someone else. And it's the nerdy that I saw, and one I can see in another. You see that they are insecure because the minute something don't go well,
We're talking about cosplayers being insecure. Cosplay has nothing to do with being, unless you're insecure about your cosplay being bad.
Yelling and the puffing of chest. They claim they cosplay stoic. They cosplay all that, but when
I cosplayed a kick-ass Kakashi one year, and then I was Zack from Final Fantasy another.
Things happen or they get confronted, they lose it.
Yeah.
So the insecurity,
lots of wrestlers,
is definitely there, and they try to cosplay someone that is getting the chick, so they have to get a chick, but they cannot.
I've literally been all the three faces of Foley.
Get the chick that they want, so they're gonna get the chick that he can get.
Yeah.
The next video that he put out was, this is how we use OnlyFans. They try to incorporate it in their cosplay to make it make sense.
Hold up. So they always talk about they want a good religious girl who's a virgin or whatever. But you're dating the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Even the ones that they end up wifing up are literally the opposite. They're not pious. They've been fucking around, and they're gonna fuck around after them too. So it's just interesting that pattern follows along with every single one of them. They date single moms or they date women who are incredibly promiscuous, which they frown upon. Neither of these things are bad to me, but it's bad to them. So it's interesting that pattern kind of repeats.
These Spider-Verse, their flaws. Because
that's a bar.
They cosplay one thing.
That's a bar.
And they want that other thing because it's really cool, but they can't get it. And they incorporate it in their cosplay. And then they say, verse.
Multiverse.
Verse, multiverse. Yeah. Multiverse.
Yeah. That's how they explain it?
Yeah. Multiverse.
Hey. But wait, how did you...
Multiverse.
But this don't quite...
Multiverse.
Yo, that's a bar.
But that's what it is.
Nah. Still done.
Because it's...
No. Take a second. That's a bar.
Thank you.
Yay.
Because it's just like whenever you go to Comic-Con.
Damn.
And you see someone in a cosplay.
Damn.
And
Hold
up.
Stop. That's a crazy analogy right there. Nah, bro.
You see, you know when you walk to Comic-Con?
Yeah.
And you see someone with a costume that don't make sense, and you're like, the minute you started, minute you started explaining, you're like, multiverse.
It's not that.
But it's what it is,
It's
though.
everything. Like when you think about Spider-Man and all the different ones, there's a lot of inconsistencies in the Marvel story, and the multiverse is just their escape tool to explain every inconsistency and everything. And you just have to accept it. It is, but that's
and then you can't go and then you yell it.
Good one.
They go hard. Multiverse. It's because hey,
canon event.
The 5 rocks. Multiverse. You win.
That's a crazy explanation. Should have done. All right, listen. He put it in the best way possible. But anyways, that's all my thoughts on this one. We'll cover some more time. But yeah, hopefully you guys learn from this and don't fall for the scam. That's it for me. Anything else?
No.
That was crazy. Actually.
Multiverse.
Nice. China's endgame. Fuck it. Let's go for it.
It's 2035, and something about the United States feels off. The economy is in shambles. Prices are out of control. The American dream, a distant memory. The country's no longer the powerhouse it used to be, and inflation has spiraled for years. A gallon of milk costs $20. Rent is triple what it was. People are struggling just to get by. How did this happen? It all came down to a calculated strategy, one China put into motion more than a decade ago, and it had
the pastor's daughter that went to my school. She gave blowjobs in the elevator.
Nothing to do with war. No bombs, no soldiers, no invasions. It was all about money, and it worked. On today's episode of the Infographic Show, we're going to reveal the master plan China is enacting right now to overtake the United States by 2035. In 2024, China's own state-run media, Global Times, confirmed what many had feared. China's rise to economic dominance was well underway. Experts cited in the report predicted that China's relentless economic momentum would make it the world's largest economy by 2035.
Your class was only 24 kids? That's about what mine was. Mine was 32.
A global think tank, including analysts from China, India, Russia, Canada, and the US, revealed the 2035 projection and outlined the key drivers behind China's strategy. The foundation of this takeover is a sustained and cumulative compounding interest, a highly productive workforce, and the rapid expansion of high-quality, globally competitive industries. But there's more to it than that. The 2035 scenario was just one of 10 possible futures experts outlined, but it is the one that seems most likely. Under this plan, China doesn't need to skyrocket its economy. It simply needs to maintain a steady 5% GDP growth over the next few years. Even 4% per year would be enough as it gets closer to 2035.
I wonder if Trump's team had seen this video and they're just like, hold it. And he saw this and he's just like, hold on, wait a minute.
And so far, China has been delivering. Since 1990, it has consistently hit 5% or higher GDP growth, with only 3 exceptions: 3.9% in 1990, 2.2% in 2020, largely due to COVID, and 3% in 2022. Every other year has been a win for Beijing. In 2023, China achieved 5.2% GDP growth, and its highest single-year surge was a staggering 14.2% in 2007. Even more telling, the last time China's economy actually shrank was in 1976. For nearly 5 decades, its momentum has been relentlessly upward. The predictions for what the GDP future may hold doesn't look much better for the US. Statista says that China's overtaking the US in this department may come sooner than expected. In 2020, China's GDP stood at $14.8 trillion, while the US maintained a comfortable lead at $20.8 trillion, a $6 trillion gap. However, projections indicate that this lead will shrink to just $3 trillion by the end of 2025. By 2030, China is expected to overtake the US entirely, reaching $33.7 trillion compared to America's $30.4 trillion. From there, China's economic growth accelerates rapidly. By 2035, China's GDP is projected to skyrocket to $49.1 trillion, while the US will only manage a modest increase to $36.2 trillion. COVID appears to have been the only thing that slowed China down. But with the issue resolved, it's right back on the path to becoming the world's economic powerhouse. And it's the US that'll feel the brunt of the turnaround. The big question is, how is all of this happening? China's plan to overtake the US economically is complex and multifaceted, but it starts with something that we can all understand. China has far more workers than the US, and it's already benefiting from this labor advantage to make itself the country to go to.
That's why they want us to keep reproducing.
When it comes to,
I mean, for real,
large-scale manufacturing.
That's also why they're like, they have this like weird fixation on bringing factories back.
It's a staggering thought, considering the US still boasts one of the world's most dynamic economies. However, China's massive workforce, around 750 million strong, is a game changer. That's more than 4.4 times larger than America's 170.7 million workers. On the most basic level, this sheer manpower gives China the ability to produce over 4 times as many goods as the US, providing it with an overwhelming advantage in industrial output, manufacturing, and economic growth. With this kind of workforce, China isn't just competing, it is surging ahead, and China's economic growth is far from over. Many in the US has comforted themselves with the idea that we're already witnessing peak China. The notion that after decades of rapid expansion, China's economy has reached a natural slowdown and it'll never surpass the US. While China may not stagnate, some argue that its growth will no longer be fast enough to overtake America. However, this belief may be a myth. According to Wang Wen of Renmin University's Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies, China's economic rise is still gaining momentum. The idea of peak China is nothing more than wishful thinking. Why? It's all about urbanization. China's urbanization rate is only 65%. If calculated at 80% in the future, it means that another 200 to 300 million people will enter urban areas, which will generate a huge increase in the real economy, claims Wang. In other words, China still isn't close to taking full advantage of its much larger workforce. When it does, the US will be in trouble. Contrast America's 83.3% urbanization rate as
part of that problem is they also have a generation of kids that want to get that bag, and they've learned that doing that is through sitting on their ass doing like just betting on shit. Literally just joining the stock market or joining crypto or whatever the fuck, but get that bag. None of them are going into trades. None of them are actually like, dude, what the fuck? Like they want to talk about this shit, but then Republicans, do you see any of these like pushes for, trade schools or any of that bullshit? No.
As of 2023 to the 65% currently achieved by China, and there is only one conclusion. China has plenty of room to grow its economy. It's the US that may have already hit its peak. The first phase of China's grand economic strategy is to accelerate urbanization, moving more of its massive population into cities where they can contribute to high productivity industries that drive GDP growth. But this plan doesn't stop there. A second, more diabolical element takes direct advantage of one of America's greatest economic motivators, corporate greed. By convincing U.S. companies to outsource manufacturing, China can not only secure a steady flow of investment, but also weaken America's industrial base. Since the 1990s, China has strategically positioned itself as the world's factory, making it the go-to destination for companies looking for cheap, large-scale manufacturing. Beijing laid the bait, and American corporations took it, hook, line, and sinker. The reason is simple: wages. In China, even the highest minimum wages are a fraction of what U.S. workers earn. Shanghai's top monthly minimum wage sits at just $370, while Beijing holds the highest hourly rate at $3.70. Compare that to the US, where the federal minimum wage remains $7.25 an hour, nearly double Beijing's best rate. But in reality, $7.25 an hour isn't even a livable wage in many US states, forcing places like California and New York to raise their minimum wages to $16 to $16.50 per hour, more than 4 times China's highest rate. For corporations focused on cutting costs, the math is clear. Manufacturing in China is significantly cheaper than in the US. China also benefits from having far fewer regulatory requirements than the US when it comes to how well it treats its employees. Workers generally receive no form of compensation insurance, and Chinese factories have long used child labor combined with much longer shift hours to get the absolute most out of their population. Beijing is one of the most polluted cities in the world, and while China has recently introduced clean air policies to improve conditions in its manufacturing hubs, its history tells a different story. As recently as 2019, the World Bank reported that 18 of the 20 most polluted cities on the planet were in China. The country's leaders have happily sacrificed health and regulatory concerns to make more money and have now switched focus to cleaner air so their workers last longer. The long and the short of it is that it's far cheaper to make products in China than it is in the US. American companies have taken advantage of that fact, with BCG revealing that over 90% of them have relocated production between 2018 and 2023. And of those...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Who was president during that time?
90%.
It's almost like there was a mix.
Around half claim to have shifted at least 20% of their manufacturing and
And this whole fucking, Trump has always cared. He's always cared.
supply chain spending abroad. Of course, not all of those companies are sending work to China. Mexico, India, and several other nations receive just as much work from American companies. However, China played a massive role in shaping the U.S. outsourcing trend, and now it's reaping the rewards as part of a carefully crafted master plan. By encouraging American companies to shift manufacturing overseas, China has made the U.S. dependent on foreign labor, weakening its ability to produce for itself. The result is a nation that once led the world in manufacturing, now struggling to sustain its own industries. And for China, that reliance has funneled billions of dollars into its economy, accelerating its rise while the U.S. grows increasingly dependent. America's short-term focus on higher profits via exploitation of China's underpaid workforce was part of the plan all along. After all, China was exploiting its workers long before it started encouraging other countries to do the same. But the Chinese 2035 plan goes deeper. Beyond the cheaper labor and China's aggressive focus on GDP growth, there's another aspect that is key to China overtaking the U.S. unity. Chinese President Xi Jinping has meticulously fostered a culture of nationalistic pride, shaping a society where citizens
Good-looking man, that one.
are expected to work collectively
Looks like a certain bear.
toward the country's long-term goals. This emphasis on unity isn't just rhetoric, it's a driving force behind China's economic momentum. In fact, national unity was the key theme of Xi's message during his July 2024 diplomatic tour of neighboring Tajikistan and Kazakhstan, as well as at the 24th meeting of the Council of Heads of State of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or SCO. These visits reinforced China's commitment to regional influence and economic expansion, both essential elements of its path to global dominance. That event saw China welcome Belarus as a new SCO member. We'll get to China's deepening ties with other countries soon. And it saw Xi reference what China calls the Shanghai spirit. She also claimed that in the face of the challenge
China
of
did it first.
interference and division, all members of the SCO must join China in consolidating unity. Don't underestimate the impact of this messaging. Xi has relied on it for decades to build China into an economic and military powerhouse. And Xi Jinping understands the power of national unity so well that he hasn't just strengthened it within China. He has actively worked to weaken it in the United States. To Beijing, a divided America is a vulnerable America. The more the U.S. is consumed by political infighting, social unrest, and economic uncertainty, the less attention it pays to China's steady rise. Part of China's plan is to reshape global perception, not just of itself, but of the U.S. as the most powerful nation in the world. It's spending billions of dollars annually on
And Donald Trump is literally playing into their hands.
these types of
Like, the Panama Canal is a huge one.
campaigns. The approaches
Super
vary,
underrated,
and they
too.
even include seemingly benign examples, such
But yeah, pulling out U.S. aid. He did that and immediately. They went in and they were just like, we have China aid.
as holding state-sponsored events.
And now he's all like, wait a minute, you're telling me that China's exerting their influence? That's not good.
As China did in September 2023. That event saw Beijing invite 22 journalists from 17 different countries to explore Chinese bazaars, talk with residents, and even enjoy a few watermelon slices. The reports from the journalists all came back claiming China is a country full of cultural, religious, and ethnic diversity, again feeding into the unity narrative she wants to create. As for the US, it's now facing a digital battlefield where artificial intelligence is China's most powerful weapon. Beijing has been using AI to generate entire networks of fake news websites designed to look like legitimate media outlets, while secretly pushing pro-China and anti-US narratives. It's all about manipulation of the audience, according to Shannon Van Sant of the Committee for Freedom in Hong Kong Foundation. Manipulation of the media is ultimately a manipulation of readers and the audience, says Van Sant. And this is damaging to democracy and society. Therein lies the key to this aspect of China's plan to overtake the US. It's using fake news websites, so built to almost directly mimic respected outlets like the New York Times, to spread propaganda. It's also using what some experts dub spamiflage. These are fake Chinese social media accounts taking on American personas to spread fake information or inflame debates. Graphica identified 15 of these accounts on X, one on TikTok, and an account impersonating American news outlets in a small study in 2024. And there are likely hundreds of these sorts of fake accounts on the net. It's all about influence by any means necessary to create division. What purpose does that division serve? Simple: distraction. While all of this fake news is going on, China is also doing something else very clever to ensure it overtakes the US by 2035. It's investing heavily. To sustain the 5% annual GDP growth needed to surpass the US, China must reinvest around 40% of its GDP, both domestically and in foreign markets. If Beijing chooses its investments wisely, the reinvestment strategy will not only fuel its own expansion, but also cement China's role as the primary engine of global economic growth. According to analysts, China has already been the world's main economic driver for the past 40 years, and if this trajectory continues, its dominance will only deepen. Beijing is certainly outpacing the US when it comes to foreign investments. China has already developed into the world's largest investment.
And it's going to now, because now our America First thing just ensured this.
Sure.
America First was like the best gift that we could have given them.
In other countries via its Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, sometimes dubbed the New Silk Road. BRI sees China spending heavily to create infrastructure, primarily in developing countries, that ultimately benefits Beijing. Through massive investments in roads, railways, telecommunications, and energy projects, primarily in developing nations, Beijing is expanding its influence while securing economic and political leverage. The strategy has made China the world's top investor in critical infrastructure, with every dollar spent designed to strengthen its foothold in key regions. According to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, or GAO, China poured a staggering $679 billion into BRI projects across nearly 150 countries between 2013 and 2021. This proves just how far its economic reach has extended and how much control it stands to gain. But there's a darker side to the BRI aspect of China's U.S. domination plan. All of that investment doesn't come for free. The GAO labeled China as the world's largest debt collector, pointing out that its investments mean it's owed $1.34 trillion by the nations for which it's completing BRI projects.
Do you think that maybe, just maybe, these tax cuts that they want to give billionaires aren't that important if they genuinely gave a fuck about paying off the debts, so we didn't have this possibility of them coming and collecting on, all of the outstanding debt that we owe them, because, that's how it works, because that's how Republicans think, and you got to run it like a house budget. I mean, seriously, if they're going to be so stupid and think that way, then just be like, well, what if this, even though we know that's not how it works.
That alone is dangerous. Collecting interest on the payments for these projects only enriches China further. However, BRI gets even more terrifying for the US when you start to dig into the contracts China signs with the nations that benefit from its investments. In 2021, several groups, including the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, examined more than 100 of the debt financing contracts that China has signed with nations that supposedly benefit from BRI. Most of these contracts included clauses that prevented the other nation from refinancing the debts it has with China to any of the group of 22 countries collectively known as the Paris Club. This club involves most of the major Western economic powers, including the US, with China's contracts ensuring that BRI nations are
as I listen to an AI voice,
tied to Beijing for as long as their debt exists. The US can't take it on or...
The weird part is, I'm not sure if Infograph is an AI voice. They might be using one now, but for real, I've been watching Infograph for going on 4 or 5 years now.
Help. Another worrying clause in these contracts is that China can demand repayments for the debts built up.
I was wondering about that, because I've caught the AI, that sounds like AI.
By the countries it's supposedly helping at any time. China is sitting on up to $1.5 trillion in debt that it can reclaim whenever it wants. That money could be pumped into the country's economy if it ever experienced a blip that knocks it off the path to overtaking the US. Of course, many of the countries to which China provides its BRI funding won't be able to repay their debts immediately. That's fine for Beijing too. Whatever it doesn't get back in terms of money, it receives in influence and the ability to use the infrastructure it's building in these countries for its own purposes. It all adds up to China building ties and putting itself in a position where it can use its already impressive stockpiles of money to make even more money. That's what investment is all about. We mentioned building ties just now. That brings us to yet another amazing aspect of China's plan for overtaking the United States as the world's strongest economic power. BRICS. Originally formed by Brazil, Russia, India, and China, with South Africa joining later, BRICS was created to strengthen
I was like, they spelled bricks wrong.
economic cooperation among emerging powers operating outside the traditional Western hegemony. That doesn't mean these nations refuse to trade with the US and its Western counterparts. In fact, all of them do. Rather, these countries are more interested in building themselves up via the alliance than they are in supporting the West. In 2024, BRICS expanded significantly, welcoming Egypt, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates into its ranks. With these additions, the increasingly influential group came to represent 45% of the world's population, 25% of global trade, 28% of global GDP, 25% of the world's landmass, and a staggering 40% of oil production. Through BRICS, Beijing is securing influence over a massive portion of the world's energy infrastructure and global trade. While China can't yet dictate oil flow or fully unite BRICS against the West, it is clearly laying the groundwork for a future where such leverage could be possible. Plus, BRICS keeps growing. It added Indonesia as its 10th member in January 2025, with Nigeria joining shortly afterward on January 17th. BRICS represents more control over the means of production. BRICS also represents a growing grip on global energy and trade, steadily forcing the U.S. to loosen its hold on regions where it's been long dominant. While America remains a major force in trade and energy production, its influence is slowly eroding as more nations align themselves with China. Once again, it's unity versus division. As China expands its reach through BRICS, America's control over global trade weakens. The alliance also gives Beijing a direct route into more African nations, further reinforcing its Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, and expanding its economic footprint. More important,
or as Trump calls them, shithole countries.
BRICS is
that's, dude,
enabling China to build a
man.
growing collective of anti-Western nations around itself, while geopolitical.
The thing is, infographics has literally been accused of being kind of like, pro-MAGA. So it's kind of interesting to see when they just give some info and it's like, oh, well,
rivalries exist
really
within
MAGA.
BRICS, with India, for example, attempting
not
to
great
maintain a
news
more
for them.
neutral stance and voicing concerns over what it sees as the group's dilution. The reality is BRICS continues to grow stronger year after year, and as BRICS expands its influence, so does China. And that growing power might one day allow China to execute one of the most ambitious pieces of its grand strategy, replacing the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. China would love to create an alternative financial ecosystem to the dollar-dependent one that exists today. Right now, the US dollar is far and away the leader in reserve currencies. Nations currently maintain $6.7 trillion of the US dollar, giving the US a 59% share of all reserve funds. The euro comes next, accounting for 20% of the reserve share at $2.3 trillion. China's yuan is a long way behind at nearly $247 billion. And 2% of the reserve shares. But it is the highest reserve currency by market share of what we could consider non-Western aligned nations. Still, those numbers don't suggest the dollar is going to be replaced as the world's reserve anytime soon. However, there are factors playing into China's favor here. In the past, China has possibly artificially depressed the value of the yuan, likely to give itself an edge in manufacturing that we spoke about earlier. Even as far back as 2005, the yuan was believed to be undervalued by 30% against the dollar. It's that manipulation that could set the yuan up for a sharp increase in the coming years. China has kept its currency's value low by purchasing dollars and selling yuan for several decades. What happens if the buying and selling reverses? After all, China's foreign exchange reserves currently stand at $3.2 trillion, with most of that being in US dollars. Beijing could start selling off those dollars and buying back the yuan, strengthening its own currency while hitting the dollar hard in the process. That could be the tactic across the board for China. It holds more currency and foreign reserves than any other nation. Right now, it suits China's grand plan to keep the yuan at a lower value. In the future, it may not. Pumping up the yuan later on could lead to it slowly starting to take the place of the dollar in many other nations' eyes. That could especially be the case with the US threatening tariffs against China and practically any other nation that isn't marching to the beat of the American drum. Those being stung by those tariffs, particularly any countries that aren't entrenched in the Western hegemony, may start to look toward China's currency as a viable alternative. Other Western actions have also spurred the yuan, including the many sanctions placed against Russia. For instance, bilateral trades in the yuan increased by a third to 53% in July 2024, compared to 40% in the same month in 2021. China's outbound trade is increasingly being conducted outside of the dollar's ecosystem too, with the 80% figure from 2010 being halved since the West's sanctions took hold. The yuan is still a long way behind. It's used for 7% of all foreign exchange transactions versus 88% for the dollar. However, it's all about being the alternative for now. As it gets harder for some nations to deal with the dollar, China offers the yuan as a reserve and a trading currency. Over time, with the help of BRICS and the BRI, China may start influencing even more countries to trust its currency ahead of the dollar. It's a long-term plan and it won't be completed by 2035. However, the replacement of the dollar as the reserve currency is on the agenda, and there are plenty of breadcrumbs showing us that China is working toward it. And there's another part of China's grand plan: technology. China has long been accused of copying other countries' technologies. The U.S. International Trade Commission has long reported that American companies routinely suffer from intellectual property theft in China, with losses reaching $48 billion in 2009, a figure that has likely grown significantly since. But this isn't just economic fallout, it's part of a larger strategy. China's efforts go beyond passive IP infringement. They include outright theft. A prime example is Zhang Zhaoqing, a former General Electric Power employee convicted in 2023 for stealing sensitive U.S. technology. Using a technique called stenography, which hides data within other files, Zhang embedded classified GE turbine designs inside digital sunset images and sent them to an accomplice in China. It meant that Beijing fraudulently obtained cutting-edge U.S. innovations, reinforcing its own industrial and military capabilities without having to spend decades developing them. That type of theft alone would be enough of a worry, but now China wants to create better leverage over the markets. That was the statement from Xi in 2024, as he claimed that China's focus would be on all-around innovation in the coming years. Again, investment comes into play. China has already proposed new measures that allow it to invest in overseas institutions via bonds. Of course, those institutions will work on projects in the technology sector, with their results benefiting Beijing in the future. In other words, China isn't satisfied with copying America's homework anymore. It wants to overtake the US on the innovation front to support everything else it's doing to make its 2035 plan a reality. The only question now is, how could the US possibly counter all of this? Tariffs on imported goods from China may provide a short-term answer, though they could also harm the US in the long run. China could also use the tariffs as a way to influence other nations to move away from the US as a dominant trading partner. America could also invest in innovation to try to stay ahead of Beijing. Plus, it needs to find ways to
Innovation? You mean by cutting education and just making us into a bunch of workhorses?
overcome.
What the fuck are you talking about? And then giving $5 million gold cards to the people, the good ones.
The BRICS and BRI problems.
Shut up.
China has spent the last 3 decades intelligently making
This idea that, like, okay, yeah, Republicans are really they are definitely forward thinking on this one.
itself as close to indispensable as possible to the US. Meanwhile, it built influence elsewhere and undermined America's economy at every opportunity. The plan was always in place, and if nothing changes in America's approach, not just to China, but its position in the global economy as a whole, there may be nothing to stop China from overtaking the US by 2035. And it won't even have to use a scrap of its growing military might to do it. But what do you think about China's grand plan for 2035? Will Beijing pull it off, or are there barriers that could prevent China from hitting its GDP growth targets? Let us
Maybe
know in the
another 20
comments.
years to
Now
it.
go check out US plan if China takes Taiwan, or click on this video instead.
No, thank you. I got my infographic thing, and now I want to wrap up the show. Oh man, it has been 7 hours, dude. What, damn near 5 hours of it was just the Ethan Klein thing? I still can't believe that lasted as long as it did. I still can't believe it also, like, what? Took about 2.5 hours. I'm being fair, for them to, like, get going with something that had some substance to it, or actually, like, took care of some grievances that they actually had, because before, like, it was just Ethan trying to play a gotcha game, and then HASAN just kind of laughing at it, and I don't know, man. Got my education for the day. Yeah, we did. Look at that. Yeah, we learned something today. Seems like the Shadowban situation is kind of taking care of itself, so that's good. God, that still sucked. That was not what I wanted to deal with today, but what you gotta do. But anybody that is new here and hasn't already, please leave a like on the stream and follow over on Twitch, and then subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Please. It helps the channel a lot. No, I mean, like, a lot. especially as a newer YouTuber. It kind of like the make or break thing, you know what I mean? Also, yeah. You guys, oh yeah, actually, Mitesh, got an odd request for you. So the next time that you dono to the stream, can you do me a favor and try the Streamlabs link, and see if that's actually like going through? If it still asks you to do the thing, then can you just let me know? Don't have to, obviously. Like, feel odd asking that, but it is something where I'm like, oh, I have no other way of really telling. You know what? I should also probably do this. This in the description and the Discord. Or if somebody beats you to it, then it's a $3 word. Man, I played Scrabble with somebody that's tried to pull that shit, and then well, somebody, it was a family member who was significantly younger than me, and they kept using made up words, and my dad just kept looking at me like, just let him have it. I'm like, I don't know. What's the point of me playing if you're just gonna let him win? Ugh. All right, guys, I think that we are good for the evening. Literally wrapped up everything I was looking to get to. Got this laser pig video that I do want to watch coming up here. I'm gonna check it out. Check out a little bit of it on my free time, and if I deem it to be worthy, then we will watch it on stream. It's a little long, but I don't mind that kind of stuff. Yeah, looks like we're good. Cool. All right. Is Angry Ginger going to be on for a while? Seems like he's, yeah, you know what? This we will do. Alright, guys, over on Twitch, I'm going to be rating the Angry Ginger, so just hold on 1 second. And my grandma was a hardcore Scrabble player, has dictionary. Oh shit, it worked? Alright, cool. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Here, let's give the good boy his snacks. Thank you. There we go. You get 3. You get 1 for each dollar. Thank you. Perfect. I just realized that too. Perfect. Okay, so that was the problem. I can just let you guys know then. So when I updated Streamlabs, apparently it did this thing. Oh yeah, let's cheers too. Actually, you know what? Here, I'm gonna smoke with you. But yeah, when I updated Streamlabs, it decided to do this thing where for tips, like it opted me in for like a partner thing, like a partnership where I would get a kickback for anybody that joined Streamlabs. I never opted into that. So that was something that must have been an auto opt-in. Excellent. Yeah, so my apologies for any confusion there. Server guide. Events. Tips. There we go. You know what? Here. Cool. Perfect. All right, guys. I'm going to send you all over to the AG while he is still on. Oh, God. He looks like he's ending stream. Don't end stream. Don't end stream.
Guys. I'm afraid to push the button. Oh, shit, dog.
All right.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm afraid to push the button. No, Goat Nuts. We all know he did a bad thing. We all know he did a bad thing. I chastised him on X. I blame it on the CTE, Goat Nuts. I blame it on the CTE. All right, fuck it. Let's go. Rip the Band-Aid off. Let's do it. Okay, here we go.
That are run into Trump right now. You saw that Saquon or whatever his name is, that football player.
Barkley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always end up getting spent. And that.
All right, so I'm wondering this now, watching this from Twitch. Is he doing it like vertical? Like, is he doing a vertical stream? Interesting. Anyway, so I'm getting locked up here. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all. Let me put this as the end screen. All right, y'all. I appreciate you guys. Tomorrow, look out for a chill stream. One of those days where, yeah, it seems like it's gonna rain. Not gonna be able to really do anything, so it's good for us. So, all right, guys, love y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow, possibly. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.